start. All right, we've got everybody here. All of our jurors are present. Anything that we need to address before we start on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
Vince? No, Judge, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and bring our jurors in. All right, we got everybody back this morning. At this time, I think Ms. Orr, next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Evie Nguyen.
You'll come right up here. We'll get you sworn in right here.
Left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this court and jury to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
When you get sitting up there, just make sure you're close and that the mic's on, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Evie Nguyen. First name is Evie. Last name is Nguyen.
And where do you work?
I'm a forensic scientist at the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory in the Trace Evidence section.
How long have you been there?
Coming up on 6 years.
And what are your job duties in the trace evidence section?
I'm responsible for the examination, the interpretation, the report writing, and then the occasional testimony of trace evidence materials. Right now, I'm trained in hair analysis and in primer gunshot residue analysis.
And can you explain for the jury what a forensic hair examiner does?
Sure. So for hair analysis, typically I'm receiving items of evidence involved in criminal investigations and processing them to remove any hairs that may be present. Examples of items I may receive include sexual assault kits, so the underpants or the pubic hair combings within those sexual assault kits I will process. Other examples could be taping items from various items at a crime scene. If you think of a taping item similar to using a lint roller to remove hair from your clothing, we use fingerprint tape and just pat the surface of an item. It could be clothing, it could be bedding, it could be a vehicle interior, so multiple items that I may process for hair. Typically, a hair analysis is either a microscopic hair comparison between questioned hairs from the evidence and known standards collected from individuals, or a screen for DNA examination.
And what is your general educational and work background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Polymer and Color Chemistry from North Carolina State University, as well as a minor in Forensic Science. And I also have a Master's of Science in Forensic and Investigative Science from West Virginia University. Throughout my studies, I interned at both the trace evidence section of the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory as well as in the chemistry unit of the FBI laboratory. And then upon finishing my master's degree, I was hired into my current position within the trace evidence section.
And what specialized training do you have in hair examination?
When I was first hired into this position, I went through a approximate year-long internal training program for hair analysis that included history of hair analysis, current methodology that we use, written and practical examinations, shadowing casework, performing mock casework, and then it all resolved in a mock courtroom experience to be released into hair analysis. From then on, I've had the opportunity to participate in continuing education credits as they come available. So I've had a few hair-related workshops at regional forensic conferences, and then I've also been able to attend a microscopy course at the McCrone Research Institute in Chicago.
And approximately how many hair case records have you worked since being released to casework?
I was released in 2021, and since then it's been over 350 hair case records.
And do you have a CV that describes your educational and professional experience?
I do.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Nguyen, I will show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 146 and ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 146?
This was my CV at the time that I completed the analysis in this case. I do have a more current CV, but this was accurate as of that time.
And what's the date on there?
September 8th, 2025.
And is it a complete and accurate copy of your CV as of September 8th, 2025?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time I would move State's 146 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, States 146 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time I would tender Ms. Nguyen as an expert in forensic hair analysis.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Then the witness will be tendered as an expert in forensic hair analysis.
Ms. Nguyen, can you explain for the jury how a hair analysis is conducted in your laboratory?
Sure. So at our laboratory, we have two main routes that a hair analysis will generally take, and I mentioned them previously. So a microscopic hair comparison or a screen for DNA examination. So how analysis normally starts is I receive an item of evidence, process it to see if there are hairs present. If there are, I will determine if they are human or animal. And then if there are human hairs present, I'll proceed with either the comparison or the screen for DNA examination. So I believe I did both in this case, so I'll explain both of those. For the microscopic hair comparison, I have the questioned human hairs from the evidence items, and then head hair or pubic hair standards were able to be collected from the individuals involved in the case for me to compare those questioned hairs to. We will only do comparisons on either head or pubic hairs because those are the regions of your body that have the most distinguishing characteristics for us to be able to compare them to a standard. So how that normally goes is I have two different levels of characteristics that I'll look at with these hairs. I start with things I can just observe with my eyes. Those are called macroscopic characteristics. So those can be things like color, general shape. So is it straight, wavy, curly, general length and thickness. And then I will move on to microscopic characteristics. So at that point, I will need to use a microscope. And for a hair comparison, I use a comparison microscope. And that is basically two regular microscopes that are attached with one eyepiece. So I can see two samples at the same time under the same lighting conditions. So examples of microscopic characteristics that I'll look at, you can think of a hair under a microscope like a wooden yellow number 2 pencil. So starting with that outer yellow paint layer, there is a cuticle layer to your hair. That's the outer layer. It's made up of scales. So I will look at that region to see if it is clear, if there is some color to it, if it is damaged, the scale pattern in that area. Then I'll move on to the wood grain of the pencil. You can think of that as the cortex region of the hair. That is where pigment particles are held. So I will look at the general size and shape and pattern of those particles, their color as well. You can then move on to the central core of the hair. That's called the medulla. You can think of that like the lead running through the center of a pencil. So the medulla may either be present or absent, and if it is present, it can have several different patterns. It can be a solid line, it can be dashed kind of like a passing lane on the road, or it can have an inconsistent pattern. So there's several things I can look at under the microscope to see, do the characteristics that I'm seeing within this questioned hair fall within the range of the several hairs that I'm looking at in the standard collected from an individual. And the conclusions that will result from that sort of analysis is microscopically consistent with. So this questioned hair falls within the range of the hairs in this standard. Inconclusive, maybe there's some similarities, but also some differences, or the hair is limited in some nature that I can't do a full comparison, or microscopically different. So the characteristics in this questioned hair do not fall within the range of what I'm seeing in the known standard. So that's hair comparison. And then the other half of what we can do with hair analysis is a screen for DNA examination. So we would do this if the individuals involved are unknown, or if for some reason we don't have hair standards available from everyone in the case. So that is simply looking at human hairs that we have in evidence items to see if they have a root attached. And if they do have a root, does it have enough tissue present that it may be suitable for DNA analysis at our laboratory? And if so, I cut the root off that hair, put it in a tube, package it, and send it to our biology section for them to perform a DNA analysis on that hair. So that's hair analysis in a nutshell.
And is this methodology generally accepted and standard within your field?
Yes, it is.
And did you perform a hair analysis in this case?
Yes.
Did you use the methodology you just described to perform that analysis?
Yes, I did.
And did you prepare written reports summarizing your finding and conclusions in this case?
Yes, I believe I had 2 reports.
Your Honor, as with the previous witness, I have included the full copy of both reports as State's Exhibit 147 on a disc, and I have the summary pages marked as 147A as in alpha and 147B as in Bravo.
Any objection?
I have no objection. I don't know if she said she was admitting them or asking them to be admitted, but there's no objection once she makes that in the fact that they are being differentiated between 147, 147A, and 147B.
All right. I guess maybe I should let you introduce those through the witness first.
Sure. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'll show you what I've marked as exhibits 147A and 147B and ask you if you recognize these 2 items.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
And what's contained in State's 147A?
These are my 2 lab reports from the 2 examinations I did in this case.
And are those the complete lab reports?
So depending on the terminology, we refer to the lab report as the full case report that's released by our system when we release a case record. So that includes not just the results, but also any communication, the chain of custody, all of the documentation involved in this case. These documents are laboratory report summaries, so these are just my results in the case, not all of the documentation.
And do those appear to be complete and accurate copies of your summary reports?
They do.
Here, this time I would move States 147A and B into evidence.
And I apologize if I'm not getting it. What's the difference between states 147A and 147B?
I did 2 different exams in this case, so they're 2 different dated lab reports. So one analysis and then another report of another analysis.
Give me the dates on them at least, so
Yes.
we can have something separating them.
Okay. The first is June 24th, 2024.
So that's A.
Yes, this is 147A. And then 147B is July 29th, 2024.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Still no objection?
No objection, Judge, thank you.
We'll admit states 147, which is the full report, states 147A, which is the summary report dated June 24th, 2024, 147B, which is the summary report from July 29th, 2024.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I reapproach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Nguyen, I'll show you States Exhibits 116 and 117, which have previously been admitted into evidence in this matter. Ask you if you recognize those items.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
I recognize these items by our laboratory barcode, which contains our unique lab case number, our unique lab item numbers for each item, as well as my initials and date on the barcode of when I received these items into my custody.
And did you analyze pieces of what's contained in States 116 and 117 as a part of your examination in this case?
Yes.
And Madam DA, I apologize. What is states 116 and 117?
116 is Devin Clark's sexual assault kit, and 117 is Lyric Woods' sexual assault kit.
Thank you.
And we'll start there. Can you please describe for the jury your examination pertaining to your lab report dated June 24th, 2024?
Sure. So at this time, the evidence that I had received was the 2 sexual assault kits. I did not have, so within the sexual assault kits, the associated head hair standards and pubic hair standards for those individuals are inside. But at the time of starting the exam, I did not have a head hair standard from Issiah Ross. So I wasn't able to do the full comparison at that time. So I moved forward with a limited examination. It was a screen for DNA examination, but with an additional criteria. So previously I mentioned that we will do comparisons on either head hairs or pubic hairs. It also depends on the timeline between when an incident occurred and when these standards were collected. Since your hair is a biological material that's consistently changing throughout your life, there is a growth cycle associated with when these hairs replace themselves. So we have a cutoff of when we will accept a standard if it's been a certain amount of time from when the crime occurred, because the hairs could potentially be different than when the crime occurred. So for pubic hairs, we have a cutoff of 1 year for a standard to be collected. For head hairs, our cutoff is 5 years. So this incident occurred in 2022, and I was performing this analysis in 2024. So we were past the cutoff for pubic hairs to be suitable for a comparison at our laboratory. So the second paragraph of my results, I'm explaining this approach, and I'm saying that I have been in conversation with the Orange County Sheriff's Office in regards to obtaining a suspect head hair standard. So any macroscopic head hairs that I'm seeing in the evidence, I'll hold off on at this time to do an additional analysis at the time I have that standard. But at this time, since macroscopic pubic or body hairs are not suitable for a comparison, I'm screening those hairs for DNA at this time. So that's this first report.
And can you describe your examination with regard to lab item 10-5, the underwear taping from Miss Woods' sexual assault kit?
Item 10-5-1?
Yes.
Yes.
Excuse me.
So at this point, I'm moving forward with a screen for DNA exam on any macroscopic pubic or body hairs only. So for item 10-5-1, my results were as follows. Examination of item 10-5-1 revealed several human hairs. Some of these human hairs exhibited macroscopic head hair characteristics. Pending the submission of the suspect's head hair standard, no further analysis was performed on these hairs at this time. None of the remaining human hairs were suitable for DNA analysis at this laboratory. Animal hair was also present. No further analysis was performed on this item at this time.
And can you describe what you observed and your conclusions with regard to lab item 11-4-1, the taping from the underwear in Devin Clark's sexual assault kit?
Examination of item 11-4-1 revealed several human hairs. Some of these human hairs exhibited macroscopic head hair characteristics. Pending the submission of the suspect's head hair standard, no further analysis was performed on these hairs at this time. 2 of the human hairs had roots that may be suitable for DNA analysis at this laboratory. Due to its small size, one of the human hairs was assigned item 11-4-1-1 and prepared in its entirety for DNA analysis. The root of the other human hair was removed, assigned item 11-4-1-2, and submitted for DNA analysis. The remaining human hairs were not suitable for DNA analysis at this laboratory. Animal hair was also present. No further analysis was performed on this item at this time.
And how about for item 11-8, the pubic hair combings from Devin Clark's sexual assault kit?
Examination of item 11-8 revealed numerous human hairs, none of which exhibited macroscopic head hair characteristics. 53 of these human hairs had roots that may be suitable for DNA analysis at this laboratory. The roots of these hairs were removed, assigned items 11-8-1 through 11-8-53, and submitted for DNA analysis. The remaining human hairs were not suitable for DNA analysis at this laboratory. No further analysis was performed on this item.
And with regard to this lab report, did you examine any other items?
There was one more, item 10-9. That was the pubic hair combings from the sexual assault kit collected from Lyric Woods.
And what was the result of that examination?
Examination of item 10-9 did not reveal the presence of any hairs. No further analysis was performed on this item.
Thank you. And so then at some point, did you receive a head hair standard so that you could further your comparison?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
I'll show you what's previously been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 141 and ask you if you recognize this item.
I do.
And what's State's Exhibit 141?
State's Exhibit 141 is the head hair sample collected from Issiah Ross.
And is that the same one that you analyzed in connection with this case?
Yes.
How can you tell that?
I can tell by our laboratory's unique barcode that has our unique case number. It has our laboratory's unique item number. And I can also tell by my date and initials on the label at the time I received the evidence.
Thank you. And so once you received that standard, did you generate an additional report dated July 29th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
And can you walk us through your findings with regard to that report?
Okay. So at this time, I had all necessary head hair standards so I could proceed with the full microscopic hair comparison. I again have another paragraph in my results that's explaining this approach. I explain that I've previously analyzed the items in this case. So I had the 2 sexual assault kits once again, and then I also had that head hair standard item. So I've previously examined the macroscopic pubic hairs and body hairs in these items. Those were the ones that I screened for DNA in the previous report. So at this time, I'm not doing any further analysis on those hairs. At this time, I'm only doing a microscopic hair comparison with any macroscopic head hairs I'm seeing in the items, and I'm comparing these head hairs to the submitted head hair standards from Lyric Woods, Devin Clark, and Issiah Ross.
And can you, excuse me, thank you. Did you re-examine item 10-5-1? The underwear taping from Ms. Woods' sexual assault kit?
Yes.
And can you describe your findings with regard to that item?
Examination of item 10-5-1 revealed the presence of 3 human hairs with macroscopic head hair characteristics. None of these hairs were macroscopically similar to the submitted head hair standards from Devin Clark or Issiah Ross. These hairs were not suitable for DNA analysis at the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory. They may be suitable for alternative DNA testing not offered by this laboratory. No further analysis was performed on this item.
And did you do further examination on item 11-4-1, the underwear taping from Mr. Clark's sexual assault kit?
Yes.
And what did that examination reveal?
Examination of item 11-4-1 revealed the presence of 2 human hairs with macroscopic head hair characteristics. One of these hairs was bland. Bland hairs lack many of the characteristics used in performing a hair comparison. Accordingly, no conclusion could be reached as to whether or not this hair could have originated from the same source as item 10-8, which was the head hair standard from Lyric Woods, or item 15, which was the head hair standard from Issiah Ross. It should be noted that this type of bland hair was present in the submitted head hair standard from Lyric Woods, item 10-8, but not in the submitted head hair standards from Issiah Ross, which was item 15, or Devin Clark, which was item 11-6. This hair is not suitable for DNA analysis at the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory. Therefore, it is recommended it be outsourced for alternative DNA testing not offered by this laboratory. The remaining hair was found to be microscopically different from the hair in items 10-8, 11-6, and 15. Microscopically different means distinct characteristics exhibited by the unknown hair were not noted within the range of characteristics present in the submitted known standards. Therefore, this hair in item 11-4-1 could not be associated with the submitted head hair standards from Lyric Woods, Devin Clark, or Issiah Ross. This hair is not suitable for DNA analysis at the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory. It may be suitable for alternative DNA testing not offered by this laboratory. No further analysis was performed on this item.
And did you examine any other items with regard to your second report dated July 29th, 24?
No.
What did you do with all of this evidence after you examined it?
Following the first or the second report?
Both.
So following the first report, I had created several root items that were to be sent down to our forensic biology section. So when we create several root items like that, we'll put them in a container. So that is listed in the report header as container C1. So that container C1 item had all of the root items created by me, along with extracts E1 and slides S1, which are items generated by forensic biology during their analysis. So those 3 items I transferred to the DNA section for their testing. And then the remaining items were those 2 sexual assault kits and all of the sub-items contained within them. I retained those for my further analysis I was going to perform. So then following that second analysis, I only had the 2 sexual assault kits as well as the head hair standard from Issiah Ross. And following that second analysis, I was done with everything, so I retained it for pickup, which means that I placed it back in our evidence vault for the agency to eventually come and pick up.
And did you do any further analyses regarding hair analysis in this case?
No.
Now, Ms. Nguyen, do you also work in the field of primer gunshot residue analysis?
I do.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
I was released into primer gunshot residue analysis in March of 2025, so it's been a little under a year.
You previously described your general education, but what specific education, training, and experience do you have in the field of primer gunshot residue analysis?
So similar to hair analysis, I also went through an internal training program on primer gunshot residue analysis. Similarly, it contained information such as the history of the methods used to detect primer gunshot residue, the methods that we currently use now, technical information on how to operate the scanning electron microscope, which is the instrument that we use to detect primer gunshot residue in our laboratory. And it also contained information on our lab's policy on sample handling and submission guidelines, as well as casework and report writing. I shadowed casework with other GSR analysts, and I performed my own mock casework at the end to be released into primer gunshot residue analysis. And then similarly, I also keep up with continuing education for primer gunshot residue. So I've gone to a couple workshops regarding current methods in gunshot residue analysis at professional forensic conferences. And then I have also attended a scanning electron microscope user school at the instruments manufacturer in Warrendale, Pennsylvania.
And approximately how many case records have you worked in primer gunshot residue analysis?
Since March of 2025, I'd say over 30.
All right, this time I would tender Ms. Nguyen as an expert in primer gunshot residue analysis.
Primer, thank you. Primer gunshot
Residue analysis.
All right. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. The witness will be accepted and admitted as an expert in primary gunshot residue analysis.
Thank you. And can you describe for the jury what is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue can be thought of as all of the vapors and particles that come out of a firearm at the time that it is discharged. Gunshot residue it mainly comes from the end of the barrel, but it can also escape through any available openings in the firearm, such as the ejection port. It can be made up of components from all around the weapon. It can be made up of components of the ammunition, so whether that's from the primer mix, from the propellant or the gunpowder, from the cartridge casing, or from the bullet. But it can also be made up of components from the weapon itself, so components from the gun barrel or any gun oils. So of all of those components, the portion that we're testing for at the North Carolina State Crime Lab is from the primer mix and the ammunition. These we call characteristic primer gunshot residue particles. They are rounded in shape, and they are composed of lead, barium, and antimony. They're from about 1 to 10 micrometers in size, sometimes smaller. If you think of a meter stick that's been broken into 1 million pieces, just one of those pieces would be a micrometer. So these particles are very small, which is why we have to use the scanning electron microscope to detect them.
And how does how would gunshot residue get on a person's hand or clothing?
So when a firearm is fired, the first thing that happens is the firing pin will strike the base of the cartridge case of ammunition, and it will cause the primer mix to explode. That explosion then causes a rapid burning of the propellant or the gunpowder within that ammunition, and the rapid increase in temperature and pressure inside the weapon is what propels the bullet down the barrel towards the object that it strikes. But at the same time that those rapid increase in temperatures are occurring within the weapon, the melting and then the vaporization points of the lead, barium, and antimony within that primer mix are reached, causing them to become molten droplets that will combine into particles that contain all three of those components. When they are exposed to the atmosphere, when they're released from the weapon, they quickly solidify and they will settle like dust on surfaces within close proximity to the weapon when it was discharged. So whether that be the shooter's hands or their clothing, but we also know that gunshot residue can travel greater distances along with the bullet towards the object it strikes, so it can transfer that way as well.
And does the state crime lab have policies on the testing for gunshot residue?
We do.
And can you describe what the policy is regarding the testing of hand kits or clothing of a gunshot victim?
So we will not accept items of evidence from an individual who has been a gunshot wound victim, and that is because if someone has received a gunshot wound, we already know that they were in the environment of primer gunshot residue. We also know that primer gunshot residue can settle on surfaces within close proximity to the weapon when it's discharged, as well as traveling greater distances with that bullet, potentially transferring onto the object it strikes. So since we know they were in that environment, I could not establish a timeline as to whether any gunshot residue detected on that individual was from firing a weapon or from receiving a gunshot wound. So that's why we don't accept those items.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Trapp?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Nguyen,
Yes.
good morning.
Good morning.
So you started out talking to us about hair analysis and kind of the protocol that you take in testing this hair analysis. And well, I'm going to try and distill it as best I can. But you will receive evidence from a law enforcement agency, whether it's tapings or full hairs or head hairs. And then you'll have some type of other item to compare it to see if they are similar. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in this case, there were at least three standards that were being compared. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, 3 head hair standards.
And then in addition to these standards, there are items of evidence that were found on the scene or found somewhere that these standards were being compared to see if they were matches. Is that an accurate assessment?
I wouldn't say matches. I would say microscopically consistent with or microscopically different with the standard that was collected. But yes, comparing.
So you were trying to look through a microscope to see if these standards were microscopically consistent with the items that were taken from, I think you said from underwear, from other locations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were doing these comparisons, we'll first start with item 1051, which was the underpants from Lyric Woods. There were hairs that were found there, correct? Or taken from there.
Yes.
All right. And those hairs were then compared to Devin Clark and Issiah Ross. Is that correct?
Yes.
And neither hairs were microscopically consistent, talking about Devin Clark and Issiah Ross with what was found in the taping from 1051, which is Lyric Woods underpants.
They were actually not macroscopically similar. So even at the level that I was just using my eyes and not the microscope, they were not similar. So I stopped at that point, but yes.
And then when you did the testing of 11-4, or maybe 11-4-1, which is the taping from Devin Clark's underpants, when you then did the comparisons, those also were not microscopically consistent. Is that correct?
They were not microscopically consistent. No, I had different conclusion types for each of those hairs.
Okay. But just starting there, they weren't microscopically consistent. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. You then said after you did kind of your macroscopic analysis and your microscopic analysis, you would then get roots and other and maybe longer hairs to send out for DNA analysis. Is that correct?
So I did the analysis of the roots, the screen for DNA examination, before I did the comparison.
Okay.
Part of my comparison analysis is looking at those hairs to see if they do have suitable roots, but I believe during the comparison analysis, none of the hairs had suitable roots. So I did not prepare roots at that point. I had in the previous report.
And that analysis is done by a different department or a different representative at the crime lab in reference to DNA.
Yes, a different section does the DNA.
And based on what you're testifying to, your analysis didn't show any results of microscopic consistency, which would have shown any of different hairs were found on different individuals. Is that a fair assessment?
So I did not have any microscopic consistent results, no. The only result I had that was not a difference was with that bland hair in item 11-4-1, but with that bland conclusion, it's an inconclusive conclusion, so I cannot say either way.
Okay. And you did not do any testing of gunshot residue in this case, is that correct?
No, I did not.
And you were speaking with the prosecutor about protocols and policies at the crime lab.
Yes,
And one of the things you mentioned was that the crime lab does not test for gunshot residue on victims. Is that correct?
yes,
All right. And you mentioned that's because the projectile could carry gunshot residue with it, and because they were involved in some type of firearm injury.
we already know that they were in the environment where primary gunshot residue was expelled, so whether that was by being in close proximity or by it traveling along with the bullet.
And does that protocol, is that a bright line rule, or are there exceptions to that rule?
There are circumstances where we will deviate from that procedure with management approval, but at first pass, we do not test victim kits.
All right. And to be clear, there wasn't even a request made for this to happen on either of these individuals. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of. We don't have a gunshot residue case record in this case.
And so if individual, we'll start big and work small. Let's say an individual wasn't shot, they were stabbed. You could test for gunshot residue in that situation, couldn't you?
I could. We do have a couple other reasons that we wouldn't test a gunshot residue kit. So there's three. So one of them being if they were a victim of a gunshot wound. The second being if the kit was collected greater than 4 hours from the time that the incident occurred. Gunshot residue is easily lost with normal activity, such as rubbing hands together, putting hands in pockets. So we have a 4-hour cutoff for those kits. And then the third would be if the individual had washed their hands. Washing hands removes gunshot residue. So we would not work that kit either. But it's one of three reasons.
But in the event that the individuals did not move, did not wash their hands, remained in the same location, you would still have to get prior approval in order to perform a gunshot residue test for a victim. Is that correct?
Yes, we'd have to deviate from our typical procedure.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. May we excuse our witness, Ms. Nguyen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen, thank you so much for being here. Excused from your subpoena obligations at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The state will call Wendell Ivory.
Could you just, Mr. After you come up here, we'll get you sworn in, okay?
Left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this court and jury to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Maybe s-
Mr. Ivory, when you get to sit up there, make sure you're close enough to that mic, okay?
I sure will.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Wendell Ivory. Wendell, Wendell, Ivory, Ivory.
And where do you work?
I work at the North Carolina State Crime Lab.
In what section?
I work in the forensic biology section as a forensic scientist supervisor.
And how long have you worked there?
It's been about 15 years now.
What are your job duties there?
I examine items of evidence in criminal cases for the presence of body fluids, primarily blood and semen. I will collect samples that sometimes may come from skin cells. So if it's a body fluid or skin cells, I try to develop DNA profiles from those samples. And I will also develop DNA profiles from individuals involved in the case to see if the profiles from the evidence. So I can see that if the profiles from the evidence as well as the DNA profiles from any individuals involved in the case may be same or similar or different.
And what type of education, training, and experience do you have that qualifies you as a forensic biologist?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in microbiology. I also have 2 master's degrees. One is in microbial biotechnology. The other is in business administration, concentrating in biosciences management. I have a certificate from my graduate school at NC State in molecular biotechnology, and I'm also certified in the area of molecular biology from the American Board of Criminalistics.
And have you testified as an expert witness in the field of forensic biology?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
It's been about 35-ish times now.
And do you have a CV that describes your educational and professional experience?
Yes, I do.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Ivory, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 148 and ask you if you recognize this.
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 148?
State's Exhibit 148 is a copy of my CV, which details my education as well as my professional experiences.
And is it a true and accurate copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time I would move State's 148 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
States 148 will be admitted.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I would tender Wendell Ivory as an expert in forensic biology.
Any objection?
No objection to that, Your Honor.
Mr. Ivory will be admitted as an expert in forensic biology.
Thank you. Mr. Ivory, what is DNA?
DNA is a chemical that's found in all living organisms. You receive half of it from your mom and half of it from your dad. It's often called the genetic blueprint because it provides all the instructions needed to build, operate, and maintain our bodies. The same DNA that's in your blood is also in your skin as well as your other tissues. I use it as a forensic scientist because it helps us to distinguish one person from another. And with the technology that I use, it has been shown that with the exception of identical twins, no 2 people have been shown to have the same DNA profile.
We just slide that microphone just a little bit closer to you. It'll
Sure.
move if you want to slide it.
To me.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody good?
And why does the North Carolina State Crime Lab conduct DNA analysis?
It's the best method that we have to distinguish one person from another using the technology of DNA.
And can you please explain for the jury the basic procedures that are used at the crime lab when conducting DNA testing?
So for this particular case, I performed body fluid analysis and DNA analysis, so I'll describe both of those. For the presumptive blood testing that I use a test called the Kastle-Meyer test. And this is just a test that can indicate that blood may be present on an item. It can't conclusively identify it as blood, but it's useful for screening purposes. So if I see a reddish-brown stain, if it gives me an indication that blood is present by turning from clear to pink within 5 seconds, it's useful to understand that because that might be a suitable source for DNA analysis. So that's the presumptive blood test. For DNA analysis, it's a multi-step process, which starts with what we call extraction, and that's where you're going to take a sample and try to just crack open the cell and get the DNA out of it. For this case, I performed 2 different types of extraction. One was geared towards potential blood cells. The other was performed for the possible presence of semen, and that's called a differential extraction. So it's just basically where I'm taking one sample and I'm going to make it into 2 samples. The first sample is called fraction 1, so you might hear that in my reporting. And this is just the sample that I'm trying to isolate the DNA that could presumably come from basically the body from the person that the sample was collected from. The second part is the fraction 2 sample. And so this is where, if it has semen present, this is where the sperm cell DNA would be isolated. So sperm has a tough outer coat, and so the normal extraction chemicals are not suitable to break down that coat to get the DNA out. So I have to perform a second extraction. So whether it's the normal extraction or the differential extraction, I've got DNA, but I don't know how much I have. So I have to perform a different step, and it's called quantitation. And I'm just measuring the quantity or the amount of DNA. And this is like if you go to the grocery store, you put your produce onto the scale and you weigh it. I can do the same thing with chemicals. And so I need to understand how much my DNA weighs because the next part of the process, it's called PCR, which is polymerase chain reaction. You might have heard of that. Polymerase chain reaction. And this is where I'm going to basically just take small copies of DNA and multiply them millions and millions of times. And in the process, I'm also going to color code it. So DNA is invisible. I need to be able to see it in the end. So once I've gotten it color coded, I'm going to then try to separate it and detect it by size and color. And this is where it's going to generate what's basically a graphical illustration. It's a color-coded series peaks and numbers, sort of like an EKG, like if you go to the doctor and get your heart checked out. So the graphical illustration of the DNA profile is this color-coded series of peaks and numbers. I'm going to use that once I look at the DNA profile from an item of evidence and then compare that to the DNA profile from any individuals involved in the case to see if they're the same or similar or different.
And are the procedures you've just described been widely accepted as valid scientific tests in this community?
Yes, they have.
And what does a forensic DNA comparison involve?
So comparing the DNA profiles from an item of evidence to any profiles developed from individuals involved in the case, it can look like this. So I will interpret the DNA data, say something is real. I will say either if it's uninterpretable, which means I can't make sense of the DNA data, but if I can interpret the DNA data, I have to establish a number of contributors. So my DNA profile could be one person, meaning that it's single source, or it could be a mixture of a number of individuals, meaning that it could be 2, 3, or 4 people. I will then look at the items of evidence profile and compare that to the individuals involved in the case to see if they're the same, similar, or different. That will involve a branch of statistics that's basically the mathematics of making up your mind. And it's just a way for you to update your belief about a thing or an event once you're presented with results like DNA results. And so there's some level of support that you need to understand. So the numbers that I will report today is called a likelihood ratio, and that's the tool that I use to update my belief about a thing or an event. And so the comparison can be the likelihood ratio will tell you something. So if the DNA results support something that we call the inclusionary hypothesis, we call this H1 in the reporting, that you look at the DNA profile from the item of evidence, you look at the DNA profile from an individual involved in the case, and they show the same or similar information, you will get a number for the likelihood ratio, and it's 1,000 or greater. So the DNA results support inclusion. On the opposite side of that, you could have a likelihood ratio of 0. That means that I've looked at the DNA profile from an item of evidence, and the DNA profile from an individual involved in the case, and they are different. There's no way that that individual could be included as a possible contributor. There's a third way that the likelihood ratio could go, and it's inconclusive. And so that's when the DNA data is so limited or so unreliable that you can't really render a conclusion. So you can have a likelihood ratio where the DNA evidence supports inclusion, called hypothesis 1. That's where the likelihood ratio is 1,000 or greater. If the DNA results support exclusion, you would have a likelihood ratio of 0. And if it's inconclusive, it would be a number that is less than 1,000 in general.
And do you use a population database to provide a statistical significance to your comparison?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe how that database was derived and also how you use it in casework?
So the population database that I use was developed by a United States government organization called NIST. It's the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And they're an organization that supports and promotes innovation and technology in various scientific disciplines, forensics being one of them. They also provide standards for measurement, and one of the things that they measured was the pieces of DNA information that are how they exist in different populations. So they basically counted up the information in human populations and provided the numbers. I use those numbers in the calculation for the likelihood ratio that I use in my statistical reporting.
Now turning to a little bit more specific, did you analyze a number of items in connection with this case that you're here to testify about?
Yes, I did.
And did you prepare written reports summarizing your findings and conclusions?
Yes,
How many reports did you generate?
5 in total.
Your Honor, similarly, on the disc, States Exhibit 149, I have all 5 complete reports, and then may I approach the witness with what I will mark as States 149A as in Alpha, 149B Bravo, 149C Charlie, 149D Delta, and 149E Echo.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ivory, I'll show you states 149A through E and ask you if you recognize those items.
Yes, I do recognize these.
And what are those?
States Exhibit 149A through E are the reports that I drafted for this case.
And just going through them one at a time, what is the date of the report on states 149A?
This one is dated June 14th, 2024.
And states 149B?
October 25, 2024.
How about 149C?
November 21st, 2024.
149D?
September 5th, 2025.
And 149E?
January 7th, 2026.
And are those your complete reports?
This is the reports, yes.
And do they appear to be complete and accurate copies of your summary reports in this case?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time I would move States Exhibits 149 and then 149A through E into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. We will admit states number 149, the complete reports. Oh, there's 5 on there, is that right?
That's correct.
So states 149 is all 5 complete reports. States 149A is the summary report from June 14th, 2024. States 149B is the summary report from October 25th, 2024. States 149C is the summary report from November 21st, 2024. States 149D is the summary report from September 5th, 2025. And 149E is the summary report from January 7th, 2026. They will
Thank
all
you.
be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I could have just one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ivory, taking a look at your report dated June 14th, 2024, you examined a number of items of evidence in connection with that report.
Yes.
And how did you receive those items?
I received them from the main evidence vault within the forensic biology section.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Ivory, these items have all been previously received into evidence. States Exhibit 116, the sexual assault kit for Devin Clark. States Exhibit 117, the sexual assault kit for Lyric Woods. States Exhibit 139, the cheek swab for the defendant, Issiah Ross. States 119, the blood card for Devin Clark. States 118, the blood card for Lyric Woods. States 71. Let me go over here. States 56, 57, 58, and 59. All of which were DNA swabs from the white GMC Terrain, all from the exterior, as well as states 68, 69, 70, and 71 DNA swabs from the white GMC Terrain, the interior. Taking a look at these items, are these the items that you examined prior to generating your lab report on June 14th of 2024?
May I take a look?
Yes.
Yes, these are the items of evidence that I associated or examined in the first case record that I examined.
And did you take a look at these three? Those three as well?
Yes.
And how are you able to recognize that these are the items of evidence that you examined?
I recognize them by their case number, their item numbers, as well as the initials and dates that I placed upon them.
Thank you. Now, when you receive your first set of evidence for a case, can you describe what process, how you start your examination?
So I would have, for any samples that were associated with the sexual assault kits, I would have performed a process called direct DNA. And that's where I'm just going to take samples from those sexual assault kit items, place them in the tube, and perform those DNA analysis steps that I told you about. Because these items presumed to have possible semen on them, I performed that differential extraction. And so I walked my way through all of the analysis steps that I described earlier to generate DNA profiles from that. Additionally, there was some blood evidence in this particular case that could be associated with blood. And so I performed the Kastle-Meyer testing for some items in this case. And then some items were also submitted for no body fluid testing analysis because they were just items that might have been associated with handling some interior surface of the vehicle.
And how do you know or get the profile for what you're comparing it to?
So for the comparison, so remember we're generating DNA profiles from items of evidence, but I also receive known standards, that's known samples taken from the individuals involved in the case, and I develop those DNA profiles as well, and then I make my comparisons in that order.
And what were the lab numbers for the known standards that you received in this case?
So item 10-1, it was a blood card from Lyric Woods. I also received item 13, which is a blood card from Devin Clark, as well as item 14, which was the DNA standard for Issiah Ross.
And can you walk us through how you examined this evidence and what your conclusions were?
Would you like, it's a 7-page report, do you want me to group them? So there's the initial swabs from the exterior of the vehicle that had Kastle-Meyer testing performed. Do you want me to start there?
Yes, we will start with items, lab items 2 through 5,
All right.
which are, let me make sure I get the exhibit numbers on the record. These are states exhibit numbers 56, 57, 58, and 59, all of which are previously entered as swabs from the right front fender of the GMC Terrain on the exterior. And if you'll just walk us through your analysis of these items.
Would you like me to read the results? Because that basically says what I did.
Maybe I'm not asking you the right question. I guess just explain what you did with the items when you received them.
Okay, so I would have examined the packaging to make sure that the inventory list of items that were submitted was what I had in hand. I would have made sure that that packaging was sealed and intact. And then once I verified that information, I would have performed the Kastle-Meyer test on the items as I opened them. I would have viewed potentially reddish-brown staining. If I saw that reddish-brown staining, I would have subjected those items to the Kastle-Meyer test to see if I could find a chemical indication for the presence of blood. If I received that positive indication for the presence of blood, I would have then taken a sample for DNA analysis.
And with regard to these items, did you receive a chemical indication for the presence of blood?
Yes, I did.
And so then what were the next steps you took in your examination?
I developed a DNA profile from those samples.
Okay. And how did you do that?
I followed those DNA process steps that we talked about from extraction all the way through the generation of a profile.
And what, if any, conclusions were you able to reach about those items?
The DNA profile obtained from the swabs from the right fender of the GMC middle tire, the right front fender of the GMC back edge of wheel well, the right front fender of GMC back edge of tire, and the right front fender of GMC passenger door. These are items 2, 3, 4, and 5 respectively, is being interpreted as a single source profile. The DNA profile obtained from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, is included as a possible contributor to this profile. The DNA profiles obtained from Devin Clark and Issiah Ross, items 13 and 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to this profile. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, or hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. The DNA profiles obtained from the swabs from the right front fender of GMC middle of tire, right front fender of GMC back edge of wheel well, right front fender of GMC back edge of tire, and the right front fender of GMC passenger door, items 2, 3, 4, and 5 respectively, are approximately 7.2 decillion times more likely if it originated from Lyric Woods than item 10-1, which is our H1, than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, which is H2.
And what, if any, what examinations and comparisons did you do with lab item 6?
For lab item 6, I performed just DNA analysis.
And can you describe your results and conclusions with regard to that item?
The DNA profile from the swab from the interior front passenger door handle of GMC, item 6, is being interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. The mixture contains 3 interpretable components. The DNA profile obtained from Issiah Ross, item 14, is included as a contributor 1 of this mixture. The DNA profiles obtained from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and Devin Carter, item 13, are excluded as contributors to this mixture. Additional DNA was present which cannot be accounted for by the standards that were provided. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Issiah Ross, item 14, and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. Or hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. The mixture DNA profile obtained from the swab from the interior passenger door handle of the GMC, item 6, is approximately 189 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Issiah Ross, item 14, and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals, H1, than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, which is H2.
And I neglected to put on the record, that was State's Exhibit number 68. And moving on to lab item 7, which is State's Exhibit 69, what examinations did you conduct and what conclusions did you reach?
I performed DNA analysis for item 7. The DNA profile obtained from the swab from the interior rear passenger door handle of the GMC is being interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors containing male DNA. The mixture contains 2 interpretable components. Component 3 is inconclusive due to an insufficient quality of recovered DNA. No comparisons to reference profiles for either inclusion or exclusion can be reported on this component. The DNA profile obtained from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, is included as a contributor 1 of this mixture. The DNA profiles obtained from Devin Clark and Issiah Ross, item 13 and 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to the interpretable components of this mixture. Additional DNA was present, which cannot be accounted for by the standards provided. Given the evidence, the propositions were considered for the statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals, or hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. The mixture DNA profile obtained from the swab from the interior rear passenger door handle of the GMC, item 7, is 3.04 decillion times more likely if it originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals, H1, than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals.
Now, you said with regard to that analysis that it was a mixture of 3 contributors containing male DNA, but then that Lyric was included as a contributor. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, so there are multiple individuals contributing to this sample, and so there was male DNA detected as one of those contributors.
And moving forward to lab item number 8, States Exhibit number 70, can you describe what examination you completed and what your conclusion was?
DNA analysis was performed for item 8. The DNA profile obtained from the swab from the interior rear door handle, item 8, is being interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. The mixture contains 3 interpretable components. The mixture contains at least 1 male profile. No conclusion can be rendered as to the contribution of the DNA profiles obtained from Lyric Woods and Issiah Ross, items 10-1 and 14, respectively, due to an inconclusive likelihood ratio result. The DNA profile obtained from Devin Clark, item 13, is excluded as a contributor to this mixture. Additional DNA was present, which cannot be accounted for by the standards provided.
And can you, I know you walked through it a little while ago, can you describe what an inconclusive likelihood ratio result means?
That's generally when you run the statistical evaluation for the likelihood ratio, and the DNA results are generally regarded as unreliable at that level. So it's below the level of 1,000 for the likelihood ratio.
And what could cause that?
Oh, limited DNA, you just don't have enough information, or the way that the proportions for the mixtures work out, that they just don't meet our thresholds within the laboratory for reliable data or reporting.
And moving on to lab item 9, States Exhibit 71, can you describe your analysis with regard to that item?
Item 9, only DNA analysis performed on that item. The DNA profile obtained from the swab from the interior driver door handle of item 9 is uninterpretable due to the complexity of the mixture and due to the limited data amount obtained. The profile is not suitable for comparisons.
And for what reason would it be unsuitable?
So for this particular sample, I had a problem trying to establish a number of contributors. So it was a low-level DNA sample that was a mixture. And because of that, I could not make sense of the data. So I called it uninterpretable.
Now, the next items are items 10-2, 10-3, and 10-7. What are those items?
Item 10-2 are described as vaginal swabs. Item 10-3 are described as anal and perianal swabs. And item 10-7 is described as breast swabs.
And where did those items come from?
These were contained within the sexual assault kit for Lyric Woods.
And what, if anything, were you able to examine and conclude about those items?
Based on the quantification results obtained, no further analysis was performed on the samples taken from items 10-2, 10-3, and 10-7.
And can you describe that in a little more detail for the jury?
So when a sample stops at quantitation, that means I've measured the quantity or the amount of the DNA. And in this particular instance, there was only female DNA associated with those samples. So there was no male information that was foreign to female DNA.
Moving to lab item 10-4, what was that item?
10-4 was described as the oral swabs
And from what source?
from Lyric Woods sexual assault kit.
And can you describe the analysis you performed and what conclusions you were able to reach with regard to that item?
The DNA profile obtained from fraction 1 of the oral swabs is being interpreted as a single source profile. Lyric Woods, the donor of the known sample, is assumed as being the contributor of this profile. The DNA profiles from Devin Clark and Issiah Ross, items 13 and 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to this profile.
And you mentioned fractions, and I believe that goes back to differential extraction. Can you explain why you performed a differential extraction on this item of evidence?
Since these items were contained within the sexual assault kit, it could be assumed that they could potentially come in contact with semen, and our procedures dictate how we handle those samples. So if you have this sense of, especially from kit items or sexual assault kit items, if it's associated with semen, you can perform a differential extraction under certain circumstances.
And does that change how you then process the fractions of the that you develop?
Yeah, so there are two separate samples which will yield different profiles. So the fraction 1 sample, remember, is usually what we're trying to determine from the individual for which the sample, the body, from the body the sample was collected. So usually that's what we're trying to isolate the DNA from the individual whose body the sample was collected from. The fraction 2 sample is more along the lines of if there is potential sperm cells. Remember that sperm has a tough outer coat, and so I have to use harsher chemicals to try to open the cell of the sperm to get any DNA out, if any is present.
So with regard to item 10-4, fraction 1, you're trying to isolate Lyric's DNA since she was the donor of the sample, is that?
So just trying to develop a DNA profile which may contain DNA from an individual the sample was collected from.
Okay. And then moving on to fraction 2 of that item, what, if any, determinations were you able to make?
The DNA profile from fraction 2 of the oral swabs is being interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The mixture contains 2 interpretable components. Lyric Woods, the donor of the known sample, item 10-1, is assumed as being contributor 1 of this DNA profile. The DNA profile from Devin Clark, item 13, is included as contributor 2 of this mixture. The DNA profile from Issiah Ross, item 14, is excluded as a contributor to the mixture. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for this statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and Devin Clark, item 13, or hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and an unknown, unrelated individual. The DNA mixture profile obtained from fraction 2 of the oral swabs, item 10-4, F2, is approximately 228 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and Devin Clark, item 13, H1, than if it originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and an unknown, unrelated individual, which is H2.
So the fact that Mr. Clark was included as a contributor to fraction 2, does that mean that there was semen or sperm present?
No, it doesn't mean that.
Okay. I guess, can you explain that a little further? What could that DNA have come from?
I can't say the sourcing of the DNA because I didn't do serological examinations. So the Traditional serological exams are not routinely performed on sexual assault kit items of evidence because we now know that DNA testing is more sensitive than serological exams. So we don't do the front-end testing for a serology examination so that we can get a DNA profile. Because if every time you take a sample from an item, you're consuming it. And so if you consume it on the front end doing the serology testing, you may not have enough of it to produce a DNA profile.
We'll move to lab item 10-5. And what was that item?
Item 10-5 is described as the swabbing from the underpants.
And did you also perform a differential extraction on this item?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what conclusions you were able to reach with regard to item 10-5?
The DNA profile obtained from fraction 1 of the swabbing from the underpants, 10-5, item 10-5, is being interpreted as a single source profile. Lyric Woods, the donor of the known sample, item 10-1, is assumed as being the contributor of this profile. The DNA profile obtained from Devin Clark and Issiah Ross, items 13 and 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to this profile. No population frequency data were generated for the contribution of the DNA from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, to this fraction. The DNA profile obtained from fraction 2 of the swabbing from the underpants, item 10-5, is being interpreted as a mixture of two contributors. The mixture contains two interpretable components. Lyric Woods, the donor of the known sample, item 10-1, is assumed as being contributor 1 of the DNA profile. The DNA profile obtained from Devin Clark, item 13, is included as contributor 2 of this mixture. The DNA profile obtained from Issiah Ross, item 14, is excluded as a contributor to the mixture. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for the statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and Devin Clark, item 13, or hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and an unknown unrelated individual. The DNA mixture profile obtained from fraction 2 of the swabbing from the underpants, item 10-5, is approximately 225 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and Devin Clark, H1, than if it originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and an unknown unrelated individual, H2.
And how about lab item 10-6? What was that item?
This was described as external genitalia swabs, and the results are the DNA profile obtained from the external genitalia swabs is being interpreted as a mixture of two contributors. The mixture contains two interpretable components. Lyric Woods, the donor of the known sample, item 10-1, is assumed as being contributor 1 of this DNA profile. DNA profile obtained from Devin Clark, item 13, is included as contributor 2 of this mixture. The DNA profile obtained from Issiah Ross, item 14, is excluded as a contributor to the mixture. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for the statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and Devin Clark, item 13, or hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and an unknown unrelated individual. The mixture, DNA profile obtained from the external genitalia swabs, item 10-6, is approximately 909 septillion times more likely if it originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and Devin Clark, item 13, H1, than if it originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and an unknown unrelated individual, H2.
And both, I think I forgot to ask, both 10-5 and 10-6, were those also derived from Lyric Woods' sexual assault kit?
Yes, they were.
And then did you also examine some items derived from Devin Clark's sexual assault kit?
Yes, I did.
And looking at lab item 11-2, what was that item?
Item 11-2 is described as the anal and perianal swabs
From,
contained within the sexual assault kit from Devin Clark.
and can you describe the examination and conclusions you reached in regard to item 11-2?
I performed DNA analysis on this item, and a differential extraction was performed on item 11-2. So the DNA profile obtained from fraction 1 of the anal and perianal swabs, item 11-2, is being interpreted as a single source profile. Devin Clark, the donor of the known sample, item 13, is assumed as being contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profiles obtained from Lyric Woods and Issiah Ross, items 10-1 and 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to this profile. The DNA profile obtained from fraction 2 of the anal and perianal swabs is being interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The mixture contains 1 interpretable component. Devin Clark, the donor of the known sample, item 13, is assumed as being contributor 1 of this DNA profile. Component 2 is inconclusive due to an insufficient quality of recovered DNA. No comparisons to reference profiles for either inclusion or exclusion can be reported on this component. The DNA profiles obtained from Lyric Woods and Issiah Ross, items 10-1 and 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to the interpretable components of the mixture. No population frequency data were generated for the contribution of the DNA profile from Devin Clark, item 13, to fractions 1 and 2 of item 11-2.
Let's go ahead and take a break. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a morning recess. Please remember all of my instructions. If everybody please remain seated, we'll excuse our jury for a 15-minute recess. All right, all of our jurors are outside of the courtroom. Next time a phone goes off inside the courtroom, I will ask the bailiffs to seize it. So, did not think I needed to make this announcement every day. If you have a phone, make sure it's off. Anything else we need to address before we take the break?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense. Thank you, Judge.
All right, if I could see the attorneys up here, everybody else will be in recess for 15 minutes.
We'll be in morning recess.
Yes, thank you. right, we've got everybody back with us. Ms. Orr, the witness is still.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ivory, we were beginning to discuss the items derived from Mr. Clark's sexual assault kit. I believe we were on item 11-3. What was item 11-3?
It was described as the oral swabs.
And can you describe what, if any, conclusions you were able to reach about that item?
The DNA profile obtained from fractions 1 and 2 of the oral swabs, item 11-3, is being interpreted as a single source profile. Devin Clark, the donor of the known sample, item 13, is assumed as being the contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profiles obtained from Lyric Woods and Issiah Ross, items 10-1 and 14, respectively, are excluded as contributors to this profile. No population frequency data were generated for the contribution of the DNA profile from Devin Clark, item 13, to fractions 1 and 2 of item 11-3.
And looking at item 11-4, what was that item?
These were swabbings from underpants.
And can you describe what, if any, conclusions you were able to reach about that item?
The DNA profile obtained from fraction 1 of the swabbing from the underpants, item 11-4, is being interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The mixture contains 2 interpretable components. Devin Clark, the donor of the known sample, item 13, is assumed as being contributor 1 of this DNA profile. The DNA profile obtained from Lyric Woods is included as contributor 2 of this mixture. The DNA profile obtained from Issiah Ross, item 14, is excluded as a contributor to the mixture. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for the statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Devin Clark, item 13, and Lyric Woods, item 10-1, or Hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from Devin Clark, item 13, and an unknown unrelated individual. The mixture DNA profile obtained from fraction 1 of the swabbing from the underpants is approximately 4.41 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Devin Clark, item 13, and Lyric Woods, item 10-1, H1, than if it originated from Devin Clark, item 13, and an unknown unrelated individual, H2. The DNA profile obtained from fraction 2 of the swabbing from the underpants, item 11-4, is being interpreted as a single source profile. Devin Clark, the donor of the known sample, item 13, is assumed as being the contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profiles obtained from Lyric Woods and Issiah Ross, items 10-1 and 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to this profile. No population frequency data were generated for the contribution of the DNA profile from Devin Clark, item 13, to fraction 2 of item 11-4.
And how about with regard to item 11-5?
The DNA profile obtained from fraction 1 of the external genitalia swabs, item 11-5, is being interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The mixture contains 2 interpretable components. Devin Clark, the donor of the known sample, item 13, is assumed as being contributor 1 of this DNA profile. The DNA profile obtained from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, is included as contributor 2 of this mixture. The DNA profile obtained from Issiah Ross, item 14, is excluded as a contributor to the mixture. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for the statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Devin Clark, item 13, and Lyric Woods, item 10-1, or Hypothesis 2, The evidence originated from Devin Clark, item 13, and an unknown unrelated individual. The mixture DNA profile obtained from fraction 1 of the external genitalia swabs, item 11-5, is approximately 5.56 million times more likely if it originated from Devin Clark, item 13, and Lyric Woods, item 10-1, which is our H1, than if it originated from Devin Clark, item 13, and an unknown unrelated individual, which is H2. Based on the quantification results obtained, no further analysis was performed from the sample taken from fraction 2 of 11-5.
And was that the last item that you analyzed and reported on in the June 14th, 2024 report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you might guess by the fact that I'm sitting here that math and science are not my strong suit. So I want to understand this statistical probability a little bit more. Are you allowed to say that a DNA is a match?
No,
Okay, and why not?
because the way the statistic is structured, the DNA results can support an explanation of the evidence or an alternate explanation of the evidence. That's all I can say.
And so hypothesis 1 for all of these items that have, let's talk about specifically 2 interpretable components. Your first hypothesis is it's the source item and then another known DNA sample, right?
For which item are you referring to?
Well, let's pick an example because that'll be easier. Let's talk about item number 7. Well, no, that's not a great one either. Fraction 2 of item 10-5.
Yes.
Okay, so what was your statistical analysis with regard to that item?
The DNA results for 10-5, which is the fraction 2 of the swabbing from the underpants, the DNA results supported hypothesis 1, which is the evidence originating from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and Devin Clark, item 13. So that just means that the DNA results supported that explanation of the evidence.
And the number that you are giving for this item, it was 225 nonillion times more likely. In layman's terms, what does that mean?
So that's a really large number. And remember I told you that the likelihood ratio when the DNA results support the explanation of inclusion has to be 1,000 or higher. So 1,000 has 3 zeros after it. A nonillion has 30 zeros behind it. So you only need 1,000 to support the DNA results to support that inclusionary hypothesis. This is significantly higher than that.
And for all the items discussed in your report of June 14th, I think the lowest was in the millions. Was that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Right. Following your examination of these items discussed in your report June 14th of 2024, what did you do with those items?
Those items were returned to a vault for return to the submitting agency for all of the items that were for the exterior and the interior of the vehicle, as well as the slides that I created and some DNA extracts from those items. The kit items, the sexual assault kits for Devin Clark and Lyric Woods were retained for further analysis.
And then did you generate an additional report on October 25th of 2024?
Yes.
What items did you examine as a part of your analysis for that report?
These were various items of evidence that I received that were described as hair roots removed from item 11-4 as well as 11-8.
And so were these all lab-generated items?
Yes, these were.
And where did you receive them from?
I received them from the main forensic biology evidence vault.
And can you describe what examinations you did with this evidence?
I performed DNA analysis on those items.
And what results and conclusions did you reach from your examination?
Bear with me, there were 55 items. So I performed DNA analysis, and for the first set of items, items 11-4-1-1, 11-4-1-2, 11-8-2 through 11-8-6, 11-8-8 through 11-8-13, 11-8-15 through 11-8-24, 11-8-39, and 11-8-53. Based on the quantification results obtained, no further analysis were performed on those items.
And for, I should have asked before you started, but 11-4, what was that item?
11-4, let me look back. Those were from the underpants from the kit from Devin Clark.
And how about 11-8?
11-8 was from the pubic hair combings from Devin Clark's sexual assault kit.
And so the remaining item numbers then 11-8-1, 8-7, 8-14, 8-25 through 38, 8-40, and 8-52. What, if any, conclusions were you able to reach with regard to those items?
The DNA profiles obtained from the hair roots removed from hair in item 8, items 11, 8-1, 8-7, 8-14, 8-25, 8-38, 8-40 through 8-52 is being interpreted as a single source profile. The interpretation of this profile is being conditioned using the DNA profile from Devin Clark, item 13 as contributor 1. The DNA profiles obtained from Lyric Woods and Issiah Ross, items 10-1 and 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to this profile. No profile frequency data were generated for the contribution of the DNA profile from Devin Clark to those items.
So with regard to your analysis of these items, essentially no DNA was found that would not be consistent with Mr. Clark. Is that fair to say?
So all of the evidence profiles showed the same information as the evidence or as the profile obtained from Devin Clark.
And then what did you do with that evidence when you were finished with it?
All of the hair roots would have been consumed in analysis, and so the only things that would have been returned would be the extracts from the first round of testing, as well as the testing done in this report, as well as the slides from the original round of testing.
And then moving forward to your report dated November 21st of 2024, did you receive additional items of evidence to test?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
For the record, these will be state's exhibits 40, 41, 45, 60, and 74. The three items previously admitted as states 40, 41, and 45 are the rocks collected from the crime scene. States 60 is an additional DNA swab from the GMC terrain. and state 74 is the cutout of the inner roof liner from the GMC terrain. And Mr. Ivory, I'll ask you if you recognize these items.
Yes, I do recognize these items.
And what are these items?
Laboratory item 16 is described as a DNA swab from the center console of the GMC. Item 17 are described as rocks with red stains in the middle left side of access road. Item 18 is rocks with red stain in middle right side of access road. Item 19, rocks with red stain on right side of access road. And item 20, a piece of inner roof liner of the white GMC terrain.
And are these the items you analyzed and reported on in your report dated November 21st of 2024?
Yes.
And how are you able to recognize them?
By the case number, their item numbers, as well as my initials and dates placed on those packages.
Now, Mr. Ivory, when you receive an item in the lab, like these rocks from the crime scene, how do you go about making that so you can analyze them?
So I will remove the item from the packaging, and I will, if I see any reddish brown staining, so these items were subjected to the Kasselmeyer test. So I would have observed a reddish brown stain on the items. I would have taken a sample of that and then performed the presumptive test to indicate if blood was present or not chemically. And that's what I did in this case.
And we'll go in the order of your report here. So lab item 16, the DNA swab from the center console of the GMC, and lab item 20, the interior roof liner of the GMC. Can you describe what, if any, conclusions you were able to reach about those items?
Yes. Examination of a sample taken from the swab from the center console, item 16, and a general rubbing taken from the roof liner cut out, item 20, using the Kasselmeyer test failed to reveal chemical indications for the presence of blood. No confirmatory blood testing was performed, and no further analysis was performed on those items.
And how about item 7, lab item 17?
Examination of a sample taken from the rocks with red stains in the middle of left side of the access road, item 17, using the Kasselmeyer test, gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. No confirmatory blood testing was performed. A swabbing was taken for DNA analysis. The DNA profile obtained from the swabbing from the rocks with the red stain in the middle left side of the access road, item 17, is being interpreted as a single source profile. The DNA profile obtained from Devin Clark, item 13, is included as a possible contributor to this profile. The DNA profiles obtained from Lyric Woods and Issiah Ross, items 10-1 and 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to this profile. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for the statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Devin Clark, item 13, or hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from one unknown, unrelated individual. The DNA profile obtained from the swabbing from the rocks with the red stain in the middle left side of the access road, item 17, is approximately 149 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Devin Clark, item 13, which is our H1, than if it originated from one unknown, unrelated individual, which is H2.
And in your report, you discuss items 18 and 19 together. So could you walk us through your conclusions with regard to those items?
Examination of samples taken from the rocks with the red stain in the middle right side of the access road and the rocks with red stain on the right side of the access road, items 18 and 19 respectively, using the Kastle-Meyer test, gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. No confirmatory blood testing was performed. A swabbing was taken from each item for DNA analysis. The DNA profile obtained from the swabbings from the rocks with the red stain in the middle right side of the access road and the rocks with the red stain on the right side of the access road, items 18 and 19 respectively, is being interpreted as a single source profile. The DNA profile obtained from Devin Clark, item 13, is included as a possible contributor to this profile. The DNA profiles obtained from Lyric Woods and Issiah Ross, items 10-1 and 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to this profile. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for the statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Devin Clark, item 13, or hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from one unknown, unrelated individual. The DNA profile obtained from the swabbings from the rocks with the red stain in the middle right side of the access road and the rocks with the red stains on the right side of the access road, items 18 and 19 respectively, is approximately 171 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Devin Clark, item 13, H1, than if it originated from one unknown, unrelated individual, H2.
And following your examination of this evidence, what did you do with it?
The items would have been returned to the submitting agency.
Looking now at your report dated September 5th of 2025, did you receive additional items for testing in reference to this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
For the record, this is states 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65, all DNA swabs from the white GMC. And Mr. Ivory, I'll hand you these items and ask if you recognize them.
Yes, I do recognize these items.
And are these the items you analyzed in your report dated September 5th of 2025?
Yes, they are.
Just why only 5 items per report?
There are submission guidelines to our laboratory. Initially, in certain cases like this one, their initial submission can be up to 10 items. Sometimes you can get an exception, but any subsequent submissions are 5 items or less.
And walking through these items, which are lab items 21 through 25. Items 21, 22, 23, and 25 are grouped in your report. Can you describe what, if any, conclusions you're able to reach with regard to those items?
Items 21, 22, 23, and 25, examination of the swab samples taken from the white GMC from the right side of the center console, item 21, the lower right center of console, item 22, lower middle portion of center console, item 23, and the inside door pocket of the right rear door, item 25, using the Kastle-Meyer test, failed to reveal chemical indications for the presence of blood. No confirmatory blood testing was performed.
And was there any further analysis done on those items?
No, there was not.
And taking a look at item 24, the swabbing from the right front rim of the white GMC, can you describe what conclusions you're able to reach with regard to that item?
Examination of a sample taken from the swabs from the right front rim of the white GMC, item 24, using the Kastle-Meyer test, gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. No confirmatory blood testing was performed. The DNA profile obtained from the swabs from the right front rim of the white GMC, item 24, is being interpreted as a single source profile. The DNA profile obtained from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, is included as a possible contributor to this profile. The DNA profiles obtained from Devin Clark and Issiah Ross, items 13 and 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to the profile. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for the statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, or hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from one unknown unrelated individual. The DNA profile obtained from the swabs from the right rim of the white GMC, item 24, is approximately 7.74 decillion times more likely if it originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, H1, than if it originated from one unknown unrelated individual, H2.
Now, I think you've said it a couple of times, but I'll ask you here with regard to item 24. Why was no confirmatory blood testing performed after the Kastle-Meyer test?
So generally, we try to strive for the DNA profile. So the more you consume of an item, the less there is for DNA. So it is not traditional for us to cut something multiple times in order to say something is a particular body fluid, because you may not get a DNA profile at the end. So it's more to conserve the sample for DNA analysis.
And once you finished examining the lab items 21 through 25, what did you do with those items?
Those items would have been returned to the submitting agency.
And finally, taking a look at your report dated January 7th of 2026, did you receive additional items to test in regard to this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
This is states 66, 67, and 72 for the record. All DNA swabs from the GMC terrain. And Mr. Ivory, I'll ask if you recognize these items.
Yes, I recognize these items.
And are these the items that you examined with regard to your report dated January 7th of 2026?
Yes, it is.
And how are you able to recognize them?
I recognize them by the case number, their item numbers, as well as the initials and dates that I placed on the items.
And these were designated lab items 26, 27, and 28. Could you describe your conclusions with regard to lab item 26?
The partial DNA profile obtained from the swab from the bottom back portion of the right rear passenger door of the white GMC Terrain, item 26, is being interpreted as a single source profile. The DNA profile obtained from Lyric Woods is included as a possible contributor to this profile. The DNA profiles obtained from Devin Clark and Issiah Ross, items 13, 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to this profile. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for the statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, or hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from one unknown, unrelated individual. The partial DNA profile obtained from the swab from the bottom back portion of the right rear passenger door of the white GMC Terrain, item 26, is approximately 25.9 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, H1, than if it originated from one unknown, unrelated individual.
And how about for item 27?
The partial DNA profile obtained from the swab from the right rear passenger door of the white GMC Terrain below the handle, item 27, is being interpreted as a single source profile. The DNA profile obtained from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, is included as a possible contributor to this profile. The DNA profiles obtained from Devin Clark and Issiah Ross, items 13, 14 respectively, are excluded as contributors to this profile. Given the evidence, the following propositions were considered for the statistical calculation. Hypothesis 1, the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, items 10-1, or hypothesis 2, the evidence originated from one unknown, unrelated individual. The partial DNA profile obtained from the swab from the right rear passenger door of white GMC Terrain below the handle, item 27, is approximately 18.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Lyric Woods than if it originated from one unknown, unrelated individual.
And what, if any, conclusions were you able to reach with regard to item 28?
Based on quantification results obtained, no further analysis was performed on the sample taken from item 28.
And what did you do with these evidence items once your analysis was complete?
I would have returned them to the submitting agency.
If I could have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Witnesses with you, Mr. Trapp.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ivory, sounds like you did your fair share of testing in this case.
Yes, I did.
Since we were talking about the testing on January 7th, 2026, I figure I'll start there and work my way backwards. Is that all right?
That's fine.
So, in this testing, there were DNA swabs from the GMC vehicle. Is that right?
That's correct.
The first test, item 26, was this testing of the right rear passenger door of the white GMC Terrain. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you given any indication if this was the inside of the door or the outside of the door?
No.
Now, item 26, you said there was a single source profile. Is that right?
Yes.
When you described your testing for item 26, did you perform the Kastle-Meyer test?
No, I did not.
And so is that because you did not see the presence of blood?
No, that was because the indication was for DNA analysis, not presumptive blood testing and DNA analysis.
All right. And so when you get these requests to test an item, it'll specifically say, look for blood or don't look for blood, or is that something you do instinctively, or is that part of your protocol?
In general, yes. Sometimes you do have to get clarification from submitting agencies as to what type of testing should be performed.
Okay. Now, do you have any indication in your notes that you weren't supposed to do the Kastle-Meyer test, or you were only supposed to look for DNA? Do you know what specifically you're supposed to do with this rear back passenger door?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, please.
This would have been. So no reddish brown staining was noted.
When you are performing these tests and you're asked to identify, and I know we're not going to use the word match, but kind of identify with these probabilities whose DNA it's more likely it belongs to, are you ever tasked with determining what this actual item is you're testing? I guess a better way of stating it is, if you started and saw a red stain, you said you don't do a confirmatory blood test because you don't want to waste the material. But the idea is that this red stain may be blood. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. But if you don't see a red stain and then you begin to test for DNA, do you then take any further steps to determine that this item is, let's say it was a sexual assault kit, this item was semen, or this item was sweats, or this item was from a hair? Do you understand what I'm saying?
So are you asking if body fluid testing is done on the back end after DNA analysis?
What I'm asking is, do you know what you're testing when you're testing for DNA?
You mean the actual items of evidence?
Yes, sir.
I can only go by the description. So say if it's swab evidence, how it was collected, I'm not privy to. So all I have is the item before me, which is contained in the packaging, which has a description on it. And then I compare that to the inventory list of items that were submitted to see if they are the same.
Thank you. So in this instance, when you confirmed the DNA in item 26 was Lyric Woods, you don't know what the original item, you don't know what created that DNA, other than the fact it came from Lyric Woods based on a probability of 25.9 sextillion.
So these DNA results support the inclusionary hypothesis, and the level of support that was given was well above 1,000 for that inclusionary hypothesis.
Yes, sir. Thank you. But looking at, say, item 28, there was no further analysis performed based on the quantification results. Does that mean there just wasn't enough material to test for DNA?
That's correct. There wasn't, so there are thresholds, and if it doesn't meet a certain threshold, we know that you won't get a good DNA profile from that. So we don't produce a DNA profile from those types of samples. There just isn't enough DNA there.
Okay. And then something like item 27, that's like the rear handle of the GMC?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So yet again, there wasn't a Kastle-Meyer test.
Correct.
And so that's to assume that there wasn't the presence of blood that you visually saw or you weren't asked to test for it. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so when you have an item like a door handle or maybe they took a test from a table or something like that and there isn't the presence of blood, do you have any indication of what this item may have came from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Let's go back to our test on September, I think the next one is, let's do September 5th. September the 5th, 2025. All right, so on September the 5th, 2025, there were 5 items that you compared. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And then you had your comparisons for Lyric Woods, Devin Clark, and Issiah Ross used in this sample. Is that right?
yes,
You had made a mention that when people make these submissions to the lab, they have like this initial threshold of maybe submitting 10 items, and then after that, the next submissions have to be 5, right?
yes.
All right, and so this is a 5 order or a 5 submission portion. When you did the testings of 21, 22, 23, and 25, you grouped them all together. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your report.
That is correct.
And is that typical for you to group multiple items together if they have a similar result?
If they have the same result, yes.
All right. And in this instance, you performed the Kastle-Meyer test on items 21, 22, 23, and 25, and that result was negative, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And when you get a negative result for a Kastle-Meyer test, that means there isn't the presence of blood.
it doesn't necessarily mean that. It is a chemical test, so there could be things that below that, but it gives me no indication that it would be a good source for DNA analysis. So you need enough material to produce that profile, and if you get a positive indication, that's a good source, or if possible, to produce a DNA profile.
All right. So the Kastle-Meyer test in and of itself does not determine the presence of blood. Is that what you're saying?
It does determine if you have a chemical indication for the presence of blood. It's used as a screening tool, just so that I can have a high confidence that if I take this sample forward, I may be able to produce a DNA profile. That's why it's used.
Okay. So item 21 was the right side of the center console of the white GMC. Correct?
Yes,
Okay. And when you did the Kastle-Meyer test on that right side of the center console, the Kastle-Meyer test was negative. Is that right?
that is correct.
And item 24 was different, and that's why you put it in a separate portion of your report, because that tested positive. Is that right?
Yes, that gave a chemical indication that blood was present.
Okay. And in this instance, did you see and visually see that there was a red substance? Were you told? How did you know to look for this or test for the Kastle-Meyer on item 24?
May I refer to my notes for that?
Yes, please.
So, the appearance of a reddish-brown stain.
And that would be something that you noticed, or that was something that you were told existed?
That I noticed.
But in this testing on September the 5th, there were 4 items. These were all in the interior of the car, and there was no presence of blood from the Kastle-Meyer test. Is that correct?
It failed to reveal the chemical indications for the presence of blood, yes.
And there was one item, and that was the exterior, that tire rim, and that did test positive, correct?
That is correct.
And I'm going to go in a little bit more detail about some of these tests, but do you recall, by looking at all the tests, the 5 tests that you did, or 5 test dates, I'm sorry, that you did, ever finding the presence of blood through the Kastle-Meyer test for anything inside the GMC terrain?
I do not recall. Let me look through my reports, please.
Yes, sir.
Nothing described as being from the interior of the vehicle gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Your Honor, I'm kind of at a point where I could keep going or we could begin.
You have about 10 more minutes worth, or you need a section?
It would be more than 10, but it's up to the court.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess. So remember, as you head out into the world, the rules: 1, have lunch together. Just don't talk about this case. Number 2, don't talk to anybody else, whether they're an AI or online or an actual human. Remember, don't let anybody talk to you or around you about this case. If anybody attempts to do that or does that, if you please let the bailiffs know, and I will take care of that particular problem. Number 3, no independent research. Don't look anything up. Don't Google it. Don't ask your aunt, who always knows the answer to all those important questions, anything. We're getting toward the end of the state's case here, so remember that last bit. You have not heard all the evidence yet. You have not heard the arguments of counsel, and you've not heard the law that I'm going to tell you you need to apply to the facts in this particular case. So with that, I hope you all have a good lunch. We'll start back at 2 o'clock. So please be here at least 5 minutes before that so we can get you all situated and ready to go. Everybody else remain seated. At this time, we'll excuse our jury. All right, all our jurors are outside the courtroom. Anything we need to address at this time? Madam Dia?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Trapp?
No, I was trying to think if there was a bench conference we needed to recreate.
I don't think so. Let me double check, though. I didn't write anything down,
Okay.
so I think we're all right. But if you remember, we'll put that on the record when we get back from lunch.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge.
All right, I've emailed you all potential very rough draft, potential jury instructions. You both have a hard copy of that at this time too. Not necessarily going to reach that, and even if we do, not be for a little while, but you both have copies to start reviewing, all right? Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing for the defense. Thank you, Judge.
All right, we'll be in recess until 2 p.m. You can stick around, thank you. Is it doctor?
No,
Not quite there, right?
two masters.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right, we've got everybody back with us at this time. I believe, Mr. Trapp, the witness is with you.
Yes, Judge, thank you. And welcome back, Mr. Ivory. I hope you had a good lunch. I remember when you were first describing your role and your position at the crime lab, you said that you help identify bodily fluid and DNA. Was that like a way that described what you're doing when you're doing this testing?
Yes, I perform body fluid analysis as well as DNA testing.
Okay. And so when we're talking about these, this identification and the steps that you are taking, first you're identifying what the bodily fluid is, or just that this is a bodily fluid. You understand my question?
So presumptive testing was done in this case for the indications of possible blood. So the Kastle-Meyer test was performed, so it can only indicate that a body fluid may be present.
But in addition to that, you had made a mention or a description about semen, for example, that it has a different, maybe hard exterior or something like that. Is that something you help identify as well?
So no, I did not examine for the presence of semen in this case. A differential extraction was performed, and the goal of that extraction is to make one sample into two samples. One of those samples, meaning the fraction 2 sample, is where the presumed sperm cells might be.
Okay. So if you were testing an item, you would look for potential blood with the Kastle-Meyer, and then after that, you would then check to see whose DNA it's compared to.
I would generate a DNA profile and do comparisons.
Okay. Now, on November 21st, 2024, I think that's where I kind of stopped speaking with you, and that is where there were the 2 items that were tested from the GMC. Item 16 was the center console. Item 17, 18, and 19 were different positions of a red rock stain. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then item 20 was the GMC roof liner. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when checking for bodily fluid, in particular for the GMC center console and the roof liner, there was no presence of blood. Is that correct?
They fail to reveal chemical indications for the presence of blood.
And once you get to that point, that means you're not going to do any further testing. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. But for 17, 18, and 19, those are the red rock stains. Because there was a presence of blood, that's why you did further testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in 17, 18, and 19, that would be the red rock stains along the gravel. Side access road is how they described it. Those all, and I was about to say were a match or tested positive. Those all had the characteristics, the DNA characteristics from Devin Clark. Is that right?
The profiles from the evidence and the profile from the known standard from Devin Clark were associated.
All right. And those were described as stains in the middle right side of the access road, right?
So 18s and 19, items 18 and 19
Yes.
specifically, yes.
Okay. And then 17 was the left side of the access road.
That is correct.
All right. So now let's make our way to the test on October 25th, 2024. Now, October 25th dealt with the hair and root testing, is that right?
Yes, it did.
When you received this hair and root testing, you weren't looking for the bodily fluid of blood, is that right?
That's correct.
You were only looking for DNA.
Yes.
And when you're doing this testing, are you given any idea, other than these descriptions, of what am I looking for? Do you have any preconceived notions, or do you just kind of test and compare?
I look at the descriptions on those items and then test and compare, yes.
When you were talking about the hair, root items that were removed from, let's say, Devin's sexual assault kit, those came back as Devin's DNA profile. Is that right?
The profile from the hairs that were generated in this case were associated with the profile from Devin Clark.
Okay. And does that seem consistent based on what you're testing and how the location where this item had come from?
I can say based on the likelihood ratio result that these profiles are associated.
Okay. And then you also did a similar test with Lyric Woods' sexual assault kit. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And you got a similar response or similar result?
For which samples?
Let me be more specific. When we're looking at items 11, oh, she's a 10, sorry. We were looking at the roots that were removed from, these are all actually, strike that. When you were doing your testing on October the 25th, all of those items came from Devin Clark, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so when you did all this testing, they all came back to that profile for Devin Clark, except for maybe one bland hair, is that right?
Yes, quite a few hairs were associated with the profile obtained from Devin Clark.
Now, when you, I don't know if you gave a description, but this bland hair that was discovered in your analysis, I'm pretty sure it was October 25th.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm assuming the grounds were this witness didn't testify to that
That's correct.
approach.
Mr. Ivory, in your analysis just of this one day from October 25th, you found that the profile of what you tested was similar to, if not identical to, the person that it came from. Is that correct?
The results support the hyclusionary hypothesis.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, when you began your testing on June 14th of 2024, there were several items that you tested. This is the larger sample. And right page. There were tests done that had, I guess, a primary contributor, and then there was discussion about a secondary contributor. Did you have to do a further test in order to determine that secondary contributor?
No.
Okay. So that information was developed when you did your normal testing?
Correct.
You didn't have to take an extra step to get there?
No.
Okay. So when we're talking about item 6 from the June 14th, 2024 testing. Now, item 6 was the DNA swab from the interior front passenger door handle. So that would be that door handle that's right there in the front, right next to the driver on the passenger side, right?
Yes.
And you said that there was analysis done and that there were 3 contributors. Is that right?
That's correct.
But in your description of these 3 contributors, it was not made clear that it was one of these standards. Is that fair to say?
So there was an association based on the likelihood ratio result.
And the association was for Mr. Ross?
The association was that the DNA results supported the inclusionary hypothesis, and it was 189 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Issiah Ross item 14, and 2 unknown unrelated individuals, H1, than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Okay. And so, but it didn't include Mr. Clark and it didn't include Lyric Woods, is that right?
That is correct.
And were you given any information about who this car belonged to when you were doing your testing?
I understood it to be, I believe, the mother of the defendant in this case.
Okay, okay. And so when you're doing this testing and you know the underwear belongs to a certain person or the pubic hairs come from a certain individual, that would be relevant or important to how you determine your comparisons, isn't that right?
It's not important. It is just really good to know where the items come from, just so that you can understand how they may be related or not.
And you weren't given any information to further determine who these other contributors were, is that right?
No, I had no additional standards to make comparisons.
All right. And then in your testing of item 7, that was interior passenger, rear passenger door of the GMC. So that would be the door just behind what we're talking about. Now, in that testing, you said that Lyric Woods was the contributor. Is that correct?
The DNA results support the inclusionary hypothesis.
And then the DNA obtained from Devin Clark and Issiah were excluded from that one. Is that right? For item 7?
Those standards were excluded as contributors to the interpretable components of that mixture, yes.
All right, and so when you say that they're excluded for the interpretable components, does that mean that if you did further testing or if you did anything else, you could get a different result or they would be included?
No, that's not what that means. The mixture as a whole was identified as a number of contributors. That was 3. 2 of those components were interpretable. 1 of them was not. Having additional standards would not change that.
Okay, okay. Now, item 8 was again this rear door, but it's the rear driver door. So we're looking at the other side of the car, back behind the driver. Now, that test was inconclusive. And the reason why it was inconclusive is because you couldn't get enough of a sample.
Well, the sample itself was not inconclusive. I could come to a determination about the number of contributors within the mixture, which was 3.
Mm-hmm.
There were 3 interpretable components, so they all were able to be compared to standards. What happened in this instance is when I performed the likelihood ratio calculations, that no conclusion could be rendered as to the contribution of the profiles from Lyric Wood and Issiah Ross, items 10-1 and 14 respectively, due to an inconclusive likelihood ratio result. So I had performed the statistic, and remember I talked about the levels of support earlier. The numbers were below 1,000. So this is in that area where we would call it unreliable data, so we don't render conclusion at those levels.
So based on what you're describing, there's a possibility that there is a contribution of DNA from either Lyric Woods or Issiah Ross, but you just can't say to a great enough probability.
With the likelihood ratio result, there is no support for exclusionary hypothesis or the inclusionary hypothesis.
But you did not mention Devin Clark. So does that mean that in this comparison, in this analysis, that there wasn't anything that would point to his DNA being on this rear driver side passenger door handle?
So specifically for item 13 on item 8, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So the DNA profile obtained from Devin Clark is excluded as a contributor to the mixture.
Okay. And then I'm kind of working my way around the car, so I get a good picture. So item 9 is the driver's side door handle. And for item 9, it says that this DNA profile is uninterpretable due to its complexity. So does that mean that there's too much information there to siphon out who it is?
So it was just, this was a complicated profile in the sense that there was very little DNA, and I could not establish a number of contributors for that particular profile. And anytime I can't come to a determination about the number of contributors, in addition to certain features that were present in that profile, I came to an uninterpretable conclusion for that item.
And being that your job is to identify these bodily fluids and DNA profiles, you can't render an explanation as to why this was so complex or why there wasn't enough of a sample to render a decision. Is that?
No, I did not, I was not involved in the collection of the items of evidence, so I don't know.
And is that sometimes an issue? Maybe the surface just wasn't swabbed enough, or it didn't get enough on the item for you to test it, or?
That's a possibility.
Now, when you were doing these exams of the sexual assault kit, we'll start with items 10, 2, 3, and 7. That was the vaginal, anal, and breast swab of Lyric Woods. The testing I have here is that it was only female DNA associated. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But then when we got down to item 10.4 and they did the oral swab, that's where we started having these differential testing. And there were 2 contributors that were found in some of these instances.
Yes.
But no additional testing got you to this second one. I think you said fraction 1 and then fraction 2.
Mm-hmm.
How is there a fraction if it was the same test and you got these results using the same analysis?
Remember I said that for the differential extraction, I performed 2 separate extractions.
Okay.
So the first would be trying to isolate that DNA from those cells that might have been collected from that sample from the person's body. And then the second fraction is where if it's a semen-associated item, there could potentially be sperm cells that are present. That second extraction is really important because the first set of chemicals aren't strong enough to break down any cells, cell walls, or cell membranes from a sperm cell. And so we have to add some harsher chemicals to be able to break that coat down to release the DNA from fraction 2.
And yeah, you had made a mention that you can't say for sure that this sourcing was semen, but you also can't exclude and say it's not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that's talking about the oral swab they did for Miss Woods. Now, 10.5 is the swabbing from her underwear. And that also had this fraction 1 and fraction 2 where Lyric Woods was a contributor and also Devin Clark was a contributor. Is that correct?
So for 10-5, Lyric Woods, the known donor of sample item 10-1, was assumed as being contributor 1 of this profile.
Okay.
And then for the fraction 2 of that same item, which was from the swabbing from the underpants, was that the DNA result supported the inclusionary hypothesis, which was the evidence originating from Lyric Woods and Devin Clark. So the DNA result supported that explanation of the evidence.
Now, similar to item 10.4, could that contribution be due to the presence of semen?
I really can't say because I didn't do any body fluid testing.
So in item 10.4, you said that that could be the presence of semen, but that is not possible in item 5, I guess is what I'm asking.
So when you perform a differential extraction, the goal is to isolate these things. Remember, we're doing a manual separation of one sample into 2 samples. Mm-hmm. In any of those instances, while I'm performing the separation, there could be a bit of carryover. So you can think of separating the differential extraction sort of like when you have an egg white breakfast versus what you're going to do with your yolk. So you're separating the egg white from the egg yolk. And sometimes you get a little bit of yolk in the white or maybe some white in the yolk. The same can happen with DNA results. And so it can be that the goal is intended where we get the cells from the body versus the cell from from semen or sperm. But there could be some overlap of the 2.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess your answer to this question is that you can't be sure.
I can't, not without body fluid testing.
Okay. And in this instance, when you were testing the underpants or what you were given, the swab from the underpants, you would need, I guess, a further investigation or something further to determine what the bodily fluid was?
Yes.
And that's not your department. Your department is just to test it, not to recover it and or set it aside to make that decision. Is that right?
So in the process of the differential extraction, there is a glass slide that is prepared from the sample so that if in the future serology examination becomes needed, it could be requested. So there is a slide that exists for the fraction 2 items from the kit that could be examined to see if sperm is present or not.
Thank you. Now, item 10.6 also had 2 contributors. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that was both Lyric Woods and Devin Clark?
The DNA results support the inclusionary hypothesis that the evidence originated from Lyric Woods, item 10-1, and Devin Clark. So remember, the DNA results support an explanation of the evidence.
And this would have been the external genitalia for Miss Woods, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And in this instance, this would also have a separate slide where you could do a test to see if this was related to a specific bodily fluid like semen. Is that correct?
In this particular instance, no slide was generated for this particular item. So this one was not separated into fraction 1 and fraction 2.
Okay. And is there a reason why items are separated into fraction 1 and fraction 2?
Yes, so there is a process for the extractions that I perform where I'm looking at specific information about what we call the male to female ratio. And in the first extraction, a very minute, small sample is taken and an extraction is performed. If you can get information from that sample, you can take that sample forward and produce a DNA profile from it. Now, there are certain instances when what we call the male to female ratio is too great, so I would have to perform a differential extraction, and you can think of this like a needle in a haystack. You know that the male DNA is there, but it's caught up in the haystack of the DNA from the victim or the individual's body that the sample came from. So you can see that, you can detect it's there, but you won't see it in the profile. So in order to see your DNA results better, you can perform a differential extraction.
So in this instance, it wasn't a needle in a haystack. It was apparent that there were 2 contributors.
Correct.
And is that based on just the amount of DNA that's present?
Yes, it is.
Now, in this item 11.3 was the oral swab for Devin Clark. And that was one of those single source profiles where there weren't any other contributors. It was just Devin Clark's contribution as DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, Devin Clark, the donor of the known sample, 13, was assumed as being the contributor to this profile.
Okay. But when we go to 11.4, that would be the underpants for Devin Clark. We got something different. We got a multiple contribution again.
Yes, there was a mixture of 2 that I established.
Now, in this one, did you have to fraction it out, or was it apparent as once you tested it that there were 2 contributors?
So this one, the differential extraction was performed, so there was a fraction 1 sample and a fraction 2 sample.
Now, I know when Madam DA was talking to you, there was tests that had these ratios, and they were numbers that aren't traditionally used, like nonillion and sextillion. But one of these had a profile where the amount was only in the millions, and that was this genitalia swab in 11.5 for Devin Clark. Is there a reason why that one was much lower than the other ones?
It would depend on the nature of the profile and the information that was present in the sample. And so based on these results, I'd have to look at the actual graphical illustration of the profile to tell you specifically. Do you mind if I refer to my notes?
Well, I guess I'm thinking more like big picture. You mentioned that 1,000 is kind of like the baseline. If it's above 1,000, then you have reliable data, and then as you get higher and higher, it's more reliable. Is that a fair assessment, or is that not quite as cut and dry?
It's not that cut and dry, but the level of support for the inclusionary hypothesis, as long as it meets that 1,000 threshold, it's really solid data.
Okay. So it really doesn't matter if it's 1,000,000 or 1,000,000, as long as we know it's above 1,000, it is reliable.
It supports the inclusionary hypothesis if it meets that level, yes.
One moment, Judge. No further questions from the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Ivory, how easy is it to transfer DNA between one person and another?
That's a complicated question. It's unknown, so different people shed DNA at different rates. So one person could be what we call a high shedder, and they could leave DNA everywhere, and another person may not contribute any DNA whatsoever.
So if I were to rub in Sergeant Goodwin's head here, and then we were to take a swab and test it, those results could be kind of all over the place. Is that what you're saying?
You may or may not be detected on that item, yeah.
But he would likely be detected on that item.
It's possible, yes.
Okay.
Because you take a sample from someone's body, you would expect to find them on their body.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Recross.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, may we excuse this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. You're excused from any other proceeding obligation.
Well, I think I have some.
Do you need some help?
Yes, let me keep those. Thank you. All right. Zora?
Your Honor, the state does not have any further witnesses. I would ask, given the way that images were previously published to the jury and the small detail on some of those images, if, with the court's permission, I could republish by passing States Exhibits 2 through 32, which were the crime scene photos introduced through Investigator Baldwin, as well as States Exhibits 47 through 55, the photos from the GMC terrain search, also introduced by Investigator Baldwin, and then the messages from the Snapchat return, States Exhibits 130, 132, and 133, introduced by Sergeant Goodwin yesterday.
All right, Snapchat was never published, I don't believe.
No.
What says the defense?
No objection to that, Judge.
Madam Clerk and bailiff, let's do this. Let's do 2 through 32, starting at juror number 1, and let's do 47 through 55 with juror number 6.
And the Snapchat.
Do that after everybody.
Thank you. There's 2 through 32. And 47 through 55.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remember my instructions earlier when we hand evidence to you. Each of you examine them carefully, thoroughly, take the time that you need. But do that individually without comment to anybody else. When you're done looking at, say, a photo, please hand that to the next juror. Same rules apply, all right? Why don't we take 130 and 133 and start that at juror number 1? One thirty through 133, is that? Whenever our last juror gets done with the Snapchats, each page, just hand it back up to juror number 6. Please. 7, sorry.
Your Honor, thank you for that, and the state rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, all of our jurors are outside the courtroom at this time.
Your Honor, now that we're at the close of all state's evidence, the defense would now like to raise their first opportunity of a motion to dismiss. Mr. Ross is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, which would be found guilty. They would have to show that he showed malice, premeditation, deliberation, and the intentional unlawful killing of both Lyric Woods and Devin Clark. The state has provided information that these 2 individuals were found dead on Buckhorn Road. They provided evidence that there are similar shell casings on the scene, and they have provided some testimony from an individual who says he has knowledge of what happened that night, but his information that he has provided, at least in this courtroom and in this video, was not consistent with what the state's evidence would show. So I don't believe that they have shown or made a proper showing of either malice or premeditation, deliberation, or that Mr. Ross committed these acts. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is well made. I am going to respectfully deny the motion. I will find that on each and every element of the counts, both counts of first-degree murder, that the state has introduced sufficient evidence to go to the jury on each of those particular charges. All right. So, Mr. Trapp, we now come to another part of the trial where we needed to discuss what, if anything, the defense is going to do. Do you mind if I speak with Mr. Ross?
Not at all. Go ahead and sit up, Mr. Ross.
So, Mr. Ross, we sort of talked about this a little bit yesterday. The state has rested, which means they have put on all the evidence they're going to put on at this time. Now comes 2 decisions that you have to make as the defendant. The first decision is the decision about whether you're going to choose to testify in this trial or not. That decision to testify is a decision that rests totally and completely with you. It's a decision that your attorney cannot make, your family cannot make, I cannot make, anybody cannot make. That decision rests solely within your discretion. It is a decision that is yours and yours alone. If you choose not to testify, I will give an instruction to the jury saying that they are not to hold that against you. Have you had an opportunity to speak with your lawyers about the pros and cons of testifying at this trial?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And have you discussed with them potential trial strategy in relation to you testifying or choosing not to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had sufficient time to talk with your lawyers about this choice?
I have.
Have you reached a decision about whether you're going to testify in this case?
I will be testifying.
All right. Let the record reflect that I've had the conversation with the defendant in open court with his attorneys with him, that Mr. Ross has demonstrated that he understands that his decision to testify is his decision and his alone. That Mr. Ross understands there are pros and cons of testifying during this trial. Mr. Ross has indicated he's spoken with his attorneys and discussed trial strategy in relation to whether he should testify or not. That he does not need any additional time to ask questions or talk any more about this decision. That Mr. Ross has decided based on all of that and the information he's received, him being in present in court during the trial to this point, that he is going to choose to testify. Does that sound about right, Mr. Ross?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As to the presentation of any other evidence, Mr. Trapp, have you and your client discussed whether you wish to present any other evidence other than his testimony?
No, Your Honor, we will not add any other evidence other than his testimony.
Mr. Ross, let me just ask you a couple more questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Ross, have you had an opportunity to speak with your lawyers about putting on testimony other than your testimony?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, have you talked to your lawyers and thought about the trial strategy, about whether you want to put on evidence other than you testifying?
I believe we have
All right.
spoken about maybe having my mother just try and confirm a few details. But overall, the main thing itself would be me testifying.
And do you agree with the trial strategy that you all have adopted?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And it seems that strategy is that you're not going to be presenting any other evidence other than your testimony. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a trial strategy that after talking with your lawyers and discussing the pros and cons of that you agree with?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I will just show Mr. Ross again in open court has indicated he understands that he has to make a second decision about whether to present testimony or evidence other than his own testimony. Mr. Ross has indicated he understands that he's had conversations with his lawyers about the trial strategy of placing on any other evidence or testimony, that they've decided not to put on any other evidence or testimony, and that Mr. Ross agrees with that trial strategy. That sound about right, Mr. Ross?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So what we will do then is have a 15-minute recess, at which time we'll have the defense presenting evidence which will come in the form of Mr. Ross's testimony. Does that sound all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. Then we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 4 o'clock.
Recess afternoon.
Why don't we just hang on just one second, Mr. Ross? Is there anything we need to address before we bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, there is one witness on the state's witness list, Dylan Hendricks with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. He's the lieutenant over the Criminal Investigations Division, and I would ask for him to be released from his subpoena at this time. Do not anticipate needing to call him for rebuttal based on how things have gone.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, we'll release him from his subpoena obligations.
Thank you, and may he be released from his sequestration order as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
I need to put on the record, we had one quick bench conference, and it was just during the cross-examination of the DNA expert, and Mr. Trapp was asking some questions that sort of crossed over into the hair analyst expert. And once we talked about it, I think, Mr. Trapp, you just withdrew your question.
That's correct. That was in reference to the, I think, the bland hair. That was her topic, not Mr. Gentleman Ivory's
There we
area
are.
of expertise.
All right. Is there anything else we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Let's go ahead and have Mr. Ross come up to the stand, please. We go ahead and bring our jurors in. We'll get you sworn in when they get all seated, okay? All right, we've got everybody back with us. Mr. Trapp, will the state, oh, excuse me, will the defense be presenting evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the defense calls Mr. Issiah Ross to the witness stand.
All right, Mr. Ross, if you'll stand up, we'll get you sworn in.
Left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give this court and jury to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
All right, Mr. Ross, remember to stay close to that mic so everybody can hear you, okay?
Good afternoon, Mr. Ross.
Good afternoon.
First, I want to ask you, when did you move to North Carolina?
I want to say I moved to North Carolina, sorry about that. My sophomore year in high school.
Okay. And so would that have been around 2021?
To the best of my memory, I would say that sounds about proper.
About how old were you when you moved here?
16 years old.
And when you first moved here, who did you live with?
I lived with my mother and her partner. at the time, we were staying at his residence,
And what was his name?
Antoine Bryant.
Did you have any other siblings or other family members living with you?
Yes, I had 2 younger sisters and a younger brother.
And when you moved here, what high school did you go to?
I went to Eastern Elements High School in Mebane.
And when do you remember first meeting Devin Clark?
I would want to say not the day that I got there, but the day after. We were at one of Antoine's family members' houses, which was at the dead end part of the road, the last house on the street. We were all there.
And how would you describe your relationship with Devin Clark after you met him that first day?
I thought he was a pretty cool dude. I didn't really know too much about him, but based on the circumstances and how he was akin to Antoine Bryant, I figured that it wouldn't be the last time that we would see each other. We would probably hang out more in the future.
Did you two hang out more after that first time you met?
Yes, we have.
About how many times do you think?
I can't really say for sure, but not too many times. If I had to estimate, about 5 to 6 times.
When you were at these, whenever you hung out with Mr. Clark, was it normal, like a family function?
Not typically. I know the first time that we had met, which was at his family member's house down the road, that was more like a family function, but besides that, no, it wasn't.
Okay. And whenever you went out, would you kind of go out with his friends? He would kind of say, hey, let's go do this, and you go out with people he knew?
Yes, we had a mutual friend. It was Antoine's, I believe, his younger cousin, who was staying with I believe it was his sister. His younger cousin also went to school with us, and he was like the mutual friend, like the mediator between. If I were to hang out with him, Devin would most likely be there.
And Christian Sykes, when did you meet him?
We met each other, can't exactly tell you when, but I know we met each other when I was at his cousin's house.
And what was his cousin's name, or who was it that you, I guess, initially started hanging out with?
His name was Thomas Blackwell.
And it was mentioned earlier that you would hang out with Thomas for a while, but then you and Thomas had a falling out. Do you recall what happened there?
Yeah, we had just certain things had happened that I didn't necessarily agree with, and I stopped texting him, contacting him, and we never really spoke after that.
Now, after your, I guess, after you stopped hanging out with Thomas Blackwell, did you remain in contact with Mr. Sykes?
I did, yes.
Okay. And describe your relationship with Mr. Sykes. What was it? What was it like?
It was pretty basic. I know he was usually around to give me a ride if I needed a ride. You know, sometimes I'd be at work, wouldn't have a ride back from work, and kind of like he would step in and do that. I'll try to give him a few dollars to fill up for the inconvenience. And besides that, that would pretty much summarize it.
Okay. So you mentioned that you were working at the time in 2022. Where were you working?
I was working at, well, I had 2 jobs. I was working at Bojangles across from Love's Truck Stop in Mebane, and my second job was Lowe's Foods in Mebane.
Okay. And you were saying that sometimes you would contact Mr. Sykes and ask him for a ride from work. Did you have a car yourself?
I did not.
Okay. Did you have a driver's license?
I did not.
But in your household, someone in your household did have a car. Who had a car at the time?
That would be my mother.
Okay. And what type of car did she have?
She had a GMC truck, like an SUV.
What color was it?
It was white.
Another person that we had a chance to listen to was Antoine Bryant. I think you said he was your mom's boyfriend at some time. What was his relationship like with you?
Well, we were pretty cool, you know. Didn't really say much more than I had to him, but at the end of the day, it was pretty cordial. I know if I needed something, he was there, and that's about it.
So you would say he would look out for you?
Yes.
And what about, did you have a relationship or know who Lyric Woods was?
I did not.
Had you ever talked to her before in person?
I did not.
What about on social media? Had you ever communicated with her in that space?
I haven't.
So in the late summer of 2022, going into the fall, were you still living with Mr. Bryan or were you living somewhere else?
No, actually, I was staying with my mother. We had moved to Deerfield. It's an apartment complex in Mebane.
And around the time of September 2022, were you still living there?
I would say yes, yes.
Now, on September 16th, that Friday, 2022, did someone contact you?
Yes.
Who contacted you and what did they say?
I was mentioned in a group chat by Devin Clark. Once I had loaded on my Snapchat, I had seen that he had sent me a private message, and so I just kind of left the group chat message alone and went straight to the private message.
What did he say in the group chat?
I didn't go on it at first. I had actually went straight to our chat and read what he said there. He was pretty much asking me if I had been able to get a car and if I wanted free buns.
And so what did you know that to mean? What does free buns mean?
Sex.
And after you got that message, do you remember what time? Was it in the afternoon? Was it late night, early morning the next day? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was pretty late that night. I was not in really unusual time, but I was awake. I was awake a lot, so it was in the middle of the night.
Okay. And after you got that message, what did you do next?
Responded, saying that I could make something happen. I agreed, and I told him I would be there.
How did you get there?
I used my mom's car, and I went to his house to pick him up.
So you had mentioned earlier that you didn't have a license. Did you get permission to take your mom's car?
I didn't.
Okay. And so in essence, you were sneaking out.
Yes.
How did you know how to get to Devin's house?
Well, his house was in close proximity to the other residence, which would be Antoine Bryant's house, which, you know, I used to live there. And I kind of just typed in his address, and I knew the way. When I got close to the area, I knew how to get there.
And so when you say you typed in the address, was this on your phone or was this on the GPS in your vehicle?
It was on my phone.
And so after you got to Devin's house, what did you say to him? What did you talk about?
Well, when I had arrived, I opened my phone to let him know that I was outside, but in the process of me about to send that message telling him that I was outside, he ended up just getting into the car.
Okay. And when he got in the car, where did he sit?
He sat on the passenger side.
When you picked him up, what happened next?
He got in, we acknowledged each other, shook hands. I asked him if there was an address that I was supposed to be going to. He gave me an address, and I typed it into my maps.
So after he gave you this address, you put it in the maps in your car?
No, in my phone.
Okay. And did he say who you were going to pick up?
No, he didn't.
Did he say how many people you were going to pick up?
He did.
So you're driving to the next location. Are you two talking about, what's going to happen that night? What was the conversation like?
Well, I had noticed on the road that I needed gas. There was hardly any gas in the car. I made that known, said that we were going to have to stop and get gas. I think he thought I was talking about marijuana, because that's another word for marijuana. But I corrected myself, kind of broke it down to him that I was talking about gasoline. He said, all right, it's fine. We can go and get gas afterward. And I was like, all right. And then he passed me a vape, and I was hitting the vape while I was driving, and that's when he asked me if I minded if he went first. And so it's kind of where I really got the idea that there was only one person that we were going to pick up. I entered into the situation thinking we were going to go pick up one person and then another person, but that confirmed that it was just one person. And so, yeah.
Couple things. When Devin got in the car, did he have anything with him?
Yes.
What did
he got in the car with a book bag.
Okay. Did he show you what was inside the book bag, or did he just kind of get in with the bag and you guys kept going on your journey?
He didn't show me what was in the book bag.
The distance from Devin's house to the next destination, was it a far ride? I know you said there wasn't a lot of gas.
Yeah, it wasn't that far.
When you got to the location, or before you got to the location, did Devin give you any instructions on what to do when you got to this next destination?
Yes, he told me, well, before the route had completed on my phone, he had told me to stop shy of the destination itself. And when I had parked the car, he told me to dim the headlights or darken the headlights, and yeah.
And you said early on in this conversation with Devin, he told you that he was gonna go first. What did you understand that to mean?
That he would be the one having sex with the girl first.
Now, was that always the understanding?
Not to my knowledge. I had originally thought we were going to pick up multiple women, 2 maybe, but yeah.
Okay. And so when you got to the destination, I think you said you were supposed to dim your lights or something like that. What happened next?
I had difficulty doing that. I wasn't really familiar with the system of the car itself, and so I'm trying to dim the lights, and I'm just having trouble doing it. It kind of looked like the lights were just flicking on and off.
Did someone eventually come to the car?
Yes. In the process, the door opened behind me, and that's when who now I know is Lyric Woods got into the vehicle.
Now, did she get in the car behind the passenger side or behind your side, the driver's side?
I don't really recall because I was still fumbling with the light, not really knowing how to really work the system. And so I just know she got in the car.
And when she got in the car, did you have any conversation with her? Did you exchange pleasantries? What was it like when she got in?
I know her and Devin acknowledged each other when they got in the car, but as far as me, I'm trying to get this light situated, so.
Okay. So you mentioned that you weren't really familiar with the lights, but driving-wise, was it still kind of a new experience for you driving this car?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So what happens after Lyric gets in the car?
I know her and Devin acknowledge each other, and after I get the lights back on, which I didn't have to dim them anymore because she was already in the car, I asked him if there was another location we were going to. I had my maps pulled up, and he just said he'd instruct me on where to go.
And so at this point, where do you end up going after you leave this house where Lyric lives?
To the location of the incident, which was a side road. It seemed like off of Buckhorn, a rocky type of road.
Had you ever been to this location before?
I haven't.
And did Devin give you any idea of where you're going at all?
No, he just told me to turn here or go this way.
Once you got to this rocky road, as you described it, what happened next?
I had asked him if I could use his vape while I waited, and he gave it to me, and we both got out of the car. Kind of went not too far away from the car, but just enough to like give them some privacy. So,
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask if I could have the witness step down in order to draw a diagram for the jury.
Yes. Or if you need to move, you can.
Now, Mr. Ross, since we're not by the microphone, make sure you keep your voice up. All right, so let's say that this line that I'm drawing here is Buckhorn. Let's say that we have Yarborough down here on the left. And right here is the service road that you eventually turned off. Could you identify for the jury here, where did you park your car?
not really far out. I would have to say somewhere around.
So this is the vehicle. Yes, ma'am.
If you're gonna use this as an exhibit, then we need to have Mr. Ross be the one to draw.
He did, okay, I was just making it a square, so it's
If you wanna ask him to draw it as a square, please ask him to draw it as a square, but
here we go. All right, Mr. Ross, can you erase this square and draw a square with the car? All right, so where's the front of the car and where's the back?
This would be the front of the car. This is the back of the car. It's kind of pulled in. Told me to stop right here.
All right, I have 3 different color markers. Each of them is going to identify the different individuals that were in the car.
alright, so once we're going further, let's have the record reflect that Mr. Ross has indicated that the front of the car was facing away from what is indicated on this diagram as Buckhorn, is that correct?
That's correct.
Alright, please continue.
All right, so Isaiah, you will be the blue marker. Indicate with the circle in the car, where were you sitting before you got out of this vehicle?
The driver's side.
And then we will indicate with this green marker, Devin, where was he sitting inside this vehicle? Sorry.
He was in the passenger side.
Make sure you speak up. He was where?
He was in the passenger side.
Front or rear?
Front. When you're yes.
And then we'll indicate Lyric with this purple marker. Where was she sitting?
She was in the back seat. I know when she got in, I didn't really look back because I was messing with the headlights, trying to get them off at first and then on. But I know she was in the back seat somewhere. In the back seat.
When you arrived, you still have the blue marker. You mentioned that you got out of the vehicle and kind of gave it some space. Did you walk toward the front of the vehicle or to the rear of the vehicle? Where did you go? Mark it by a circle.
So I'd say somewhere around here.
And when you got out of the vehicle, what did Devin do?
He also got out of the vehicle, and based on reasoning, I would say he entered into the back door very quickly.
Did you hear the door open and close?
I did.
And so Devin's green. So Devin went from the front seat to the back seat. Can you identify that by putting him in the back seat? And what were you doing while you were outside the vehicle in front of the car?
Just waiting, using his vape, and just waiting, using his vape and waiting.
Did you have your phone with you?
I did.
About how long do you think you were standing outside of this car in front of it?
I don't really recall. I wasn't really watching the time. I was just waiting for him to get out of the car.
So what happens next? What catches your attention next as you're sitting there on your phone or using the vape?
I start hearing muffled voices coming from inside of the car. It sounded like feminine, so I'd say it was weird. And I wasn't really trying to be as nosy. I didn't understand what was going on, so
I didn't get too many.
I didn't really hear what was going on, and I didn't understand what was going on, so I didn't give as much attention.
So what happens next?
Lyric gets out of the car on this side, and that's when I can hear.
Show me what side she comes out of. All right, so she gets out on the driver's side passenger door.
Yes.
And when she gets out, does she get out by herself or does Devin get out as well?
He gets up behind her.
Also on the passenger driver's side.
Yeah, they came out of the same door. The door didn't close in between. She got out and then.
So can you draw a circle where he would have been and where she would have been once they got out of the car? When they got out of the vehicle on this driver's side passenger area, what was happening? What did you hear? What did you notice as you're standing?
Since the door opened, it kind of like gave, from hearing the muffled sound to when the door opened, it was like mid-sentence. It just like kind of, I guess, trying to find the word. Transfer. Once the door opened, I just was able to hear better, and since she got out, now I just hear what she's saying.
What is she saying?
Well, she said that she expected more respect. It's not really word for word, but she would expect him to respect her more or something like that. She said she wasn't his whore, that she wasn't going to let him push her around anymore, and that she was probably going to get police involved.
And how did Devin respond as she's saying this to him?
He said something. I don't really remember what he said because he was moving while he said it and his back was turning, so He walks around here. He walks around and goes into the passenger side of the door, and I can see him retrieving something from the vehicle. Didn't know really what it was at first until he came back around, and I seen he had a gun in his hand.
And so when he points this gun at Lyric, what happens next?
Lyric, from what I seen, she had put her hands up and started backing up. And he was, I don't want to say on top of her, but he was pretty close to her. He was walking to her pretty quickly with the gun. And it looked like she wanted to kind of come around here to take cover, I would say, behind the car. And it was around this area where I had heard gunshots. I didn't see her necessarily because she was around this area right here, but I did see him walk around and kind of like his back right here. That's where I heard the shots.
With kind of a dotted line, show me Lyric's path of travel from where she started when she got out the car to where she stopped.
Over the top of this.
Make it like cash.
On the green too.
So you have here showing markings from the back seat of this car to the back of the car. Did she eventually go past the front of the car?
After the gunshots, was paused. I could hear a scream coming from this side of the car.
Mr. Ross, I need you to speak up a little bit,
I could hear a scream.
back up a little further on the side so folks right behind you can see.
You better just scream this. So I heard the gunshots around this area, and following a pause, I can hear her screaming, and I don't see her run back down towards where Buckhorn is. So based on the sound and what I was hearing, it sounded like she was coming up this side of the vehicle. And Devin also followed behind her. Because at this point, they had re-emerged. When I had originally seen him walking to her with a gun pointed at her, kind of, saying stuff to him, really just trying to figure out what the heck was going on. And so I moved up a little bit. So I moved up a little bit. That was when, I would say around here, I heard gunshots. I hadn't taken that many steps. And the gunshots, they actually startled me. And I backed back up. And they came around here. She's running. And she's screaming. And I'd say once they get around this area, black mark.
So what are you going to show us here when they get to this area?
There were 4 gunshots somewhere around here.
And so what are you doing as you are watching this happen in front of you?
I just couldn't do anything. I was just stuck, honestly.
So you say you're stuck, were you afraid?
Same.
Describe for me how you're feeling, Mr. Ross.
I was shocked. I didn't, honestly, didn't want to believe that what was happening was happening, but I didn't know what to do. I didn't.
So you drew a circle where you said there were more shots that were fired. So does that mean that's where Devin and Lyric were at that time?
Yeah, around this area right here.
Can you draw a circle for where they would be at that location?
When I went through the record indicated that the original circle is on the front passenger side of the square.
Yes, the front passenger side, which is green, is Devin, and the purple circle would be Lyric. So where would this now green circle and purple circle be, which identifies these two individuals?
Around this area right here.
And that area being the now new black circle that's in front of the car.
Yes.
And what did Lyric do after Devin did this?
She fell in this area. She was kind of just rolling around, rocking, I would say, back and forth, crying, screaming,
She's what?
crying, screaming.
What does Devin do next?
He comes over towards me. Comes over towards me and asks me if I'm ready to go. And he asked if I could be quiet about the situation. Pretty much, I'm just like, heck no. Like, this is your crap. You did this. You're gonna deal with it. I'm not going out.
So
told him that I was thinking he was gonna do it.
So what happens next?
He told me that I knew what time it was then.
And after he made that statement, what did he do?
When he gun at me.
And when you say he pointed it at you, how close was he to you?
Not really far. He was kind of like where that square is.
In relation between me and you, was he closer than I am to you in between this dry erase board, or was he further away?
A little bit closer.
And so, Devin, is he taller than you or shorter than you?
He's taller.
And so he was pointing this gun, was it pointed at your head, at your chest? What do you remember?
I remember looking down at the barrel.
And so you're standing in the front kind of left portion of this car. Are you completely in front of the car? Are you standing next to the car? How would you say your location is to this vehicle?
When the gun swung down.
Yes.
In this proximity right here.
So that would be the front left of the car.
Yes.
And you just drew a black circle around that location in the front left. And how did you respond to this, him pointing a gun at you and after you just watched what happened to Lyric?
Well, after he had told me that I knew what time it was, I put two and two together. I told him I wasn't to go down and do that, and then accept it again. Probably I wouldn't do that again. So I went for the gun. I was able to get my hand around it. Kind of an act of desperation also in my head towards his facial area, with my head at him, twisted, kind of trying to pry it out of his face.
And you said you got your hand on the gun? And what happened next?
After throwing my head at him, it kind of knocked him back. Loosened his grip, so I was able to get my hand completely around it, and my other hand on it. Once I had my other hand on the gun, I remember being hit somewhere in this area, like a punch.
Now, if you're pointing to an area, that would be what part of your body? right, so what happens next? Okay. And in your location on this diagram, are you still here in the front left portion of the car?
Yes, I would say somewhere around in that area.
And you say you start firing. Does what? One time, two times? Do you remember how many times you shot?
I don't. I just pointed and squeezed.
And what did Devin do?
He started moving towards this area, and he fell somewhere around.
And what did you do after that happened?
I just lost it. It's all over the place. I just panic button. Honestly, couldn't really. I didn't know what to do.
Did you eventually get back in your car?
I did.
And did you leave immediately, or did you have to do something first?
Well, when I had got back in the car, had seen that his body, some of his legs were still kind of in this area around here where the green is. And I didn't want to pull out with the chance of me possibly running him over or something like that.
So what did you do?
So I got out and tried to get his body out of the way of the road. And he was face down, so it wasn't really helping. So I ended up taking my jacket off. I had a camouflage jacket on, I took that off. And then took off my quarter zip. I had a black quarter zip under that. Kind of threw it on him and used that to flip his body over so that I could just pull him a little bit more up. Get him out of the way.
A little louder, Ms. Russell, is all I'm saying.
Completely out of the way of the road around this area right here.
And you can go back up on the stand, and I'm just going to leave this over here so that I can.
Mark next, defense exhibit number 1.
Mr. Chaffer, are y'all moving that into evidence?
Yes. I asked to introduce this picture that was drawn by Mr. Ross into evidence as Defense Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, defense 1 will be admitted.
So, Mr. Ross. Oh, yes. Mr. Ross, after you moved Devin's body out of the roadway, what did you do next?
I got into the car and I went back onto Buckhorn.
Where did you go?
I ended up at a gas station. I noticed the car wasn't really moving. I knew it was on empty, but at the time I had practically forgot, and I don't want to say disengage the safety brake that was on. It's kind of a thing that you step on. And so the car was moving kind of slow, and that caught my attention. I looked and saw that the car was still on empty, and I thought that was the car about to just give up on gas and leave me on the side of the road.
Now, in between your trip from this service road on Buckhorn in the gas station, what did you do?
I seen Devin's bag was still in the car. I had put the gun on the passenger seat, and his phone was also in the car. And I stopped, I got out, and I just chucked him into the trees.
And this was on Buckhorn?
Around or at Buckhorn, yes.
Okay. And so then you go to the gas station. And what happens at the gas station?
I get gas. I end up hitting a concrete pole, I would say, either like, it's like a small thing that you might see in the front of a gas station or something, like one of those concrete poles or the thing lifting it up.
Now, when you leave the gas station, you don't go straight home. Where do you go next?
I I went back to the area of the scene. I had trouble finding it, but I had left my Under Armour hoodie there. Well, not really a hoodie, it was a quarter zip, but I had left it there, and I was just going back to grab it.
And after you got your jacket or quarter zip, what did you do next?
Based on where it was at, it was still near his body, which was also near her body, and I got sick. After that, I went home, collected myself, tried to center myself back, and I just went home.
Now, you had your phone. Why didn't you call the police?
It's a number of reasons. Prime reason, I was just strewn out. I was strewn out all over the place.
What does that, what do you mean? What do you mean by strewn out? What does that mean?
It just, honestly, if I were to describe it, it just felt like my brain was literally like melting. I didn't know what to do. I was afraid. Honestly, I just wanted to go home, and that seemed like the answer to all of my problems at the time. So I just went home.
So you get home. What happens when you get there?
I go to my bedroom. I try to lay down on my bed after taking my clothes and shoes off. And I'm just pretty much in there just awake, staring at nothing, just thinking, and I tell myself that I'm gonna start trying to find a lawyer so that I could end up turning myself in, however I would have gotten him, but so that I could turn myself in at a later date.
Okay. So do you pretty much stay up the whole night?
Pretty much, yes.
Next morning, what happens?
My mom, I would say, she wanted me to she wanted me to take my younger siblings to the park that was across the street from the apartment building that we were living in, and I took them to the park.
And what happened after that?
On our way back in, she met us out there. She had seen her car, because you have to pass the car to get to where the park is. So she seen the car, saw the bumper was messed up, and she asked me what happened, and I denied having touched the vehicle.
And how did she respond to that?
She was pretty upset.
What did she tell you have to do?
She told me that my dad could deal with this and that I couldn't stay there.
That you couldn't stay where? At her house?
Yes, at her house.
And so what did you do?
I start packing my stuff.
And where, at this time in September of 2022, what state or where does your dad live?
He lives in Delaware.
Okay. At some point, do you see Mr. Bryant? Does he come to your house?
Yes. I want to say while I was still packing. I know my mom was on the phone with him, and he ended up coming over while I was packing.
And do you eventually leave with Mr. Bryant?
I did.
Where do you guys go?
We go back to his house.
Now, on that Saturday, September 17, 2022, did you meet with Christian Sykes and smoke with him in the parking lot?
I did not.
When you get to Mr. Bryant's house, what happens next?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm gonna get back to my dad's house. Calling a few family members, trying to see if I could secure, if they had some money that I could borrow to buy a bus ticket. And that was about it. That was mainly what I was doing. I was doing all of this outside of his house, and sitting on his concrete steps outside of his side door.
Do you eventually get money from family members to buy a bus ticket?
I do.
And where is that bus ticket? Where would you be leaving from, or where are you headed to?
I'd be leaving from a gas station in Raleigh, and it would take me to Baltimore, where I would have my sister meet me there and bring me the rest of the way to Delaware.
And at this time that you are at Mr. Bryant's house, you don't have Mr. Clark's phone, his bag, or the firearm, right?
I don't.
Where was it? Do you remember?
Yeah, somewhere on Buckhorn, I had parked the car and got out and threw all of this stuff into the woods or trees.
All right, so the next day would be Sunday. What happened on Sunday when you got up?
Well, it was a pretty normal day. I had secured the bus ticket the previous night, but given the hour that I had secured the bus ticket, it was too late for me to be able to make that trip that night. And so I had to wait until the next night at around the same time. And it was just a day, pretty much me waiting.
Now, on this Sunday, was Mr. Bryant there the whole time, or did he leave?
He wasn't there the whole time, no.
Did you have an opportunity to talk with Mr. Sykes on that Sunday?
I did.
Tell me about that conversation. What did you say to Mr. Sykes?
Well, he was calling me to see if I wanted to smoke. He told me he had marijuana, and he also wanted to apologize for a situation that had happened between us before. It was a disagreement over something. He was calling to apologize and offer, I guess, marijuana. He wanted to smoke as a sign of goodwill or whatever. And during that conversation, I told him I wasn't really in the mood, and that led him to asking me, like, am I good? You know, I don't really show my face on the phone, so based off of him asking that, I assume he just kind of picked up on how I was responding, which was kind of bland, I remember.
And how did you respond when he asked you this question?
Well, I just broke. I just started giving him not a complete rundown of the situation that happened the night before, or the Friday, the previous night of this event, but it was a brief description. I told him that I almost died.
Okay. Did you say anything else?
Besides what actually took place, that brief description, no, I didn't.
Did you give him an idea of where this might have happened and who might have been, how many people might be involved? Like what else did you tell him? Like word for word?
Can't really say word for word, but I know I wasn't familiar with Efland at the time. I was mispronouncing it. And yeah.
What'd you call it?
I want to say Efton.
Did you give any descriptions about, you said you almost died last night. Did you tell him what that meant?
Yeah, I said I had almost died, and I started talking. I just started going off. I can't really say it was a brief description, but yeah.
Did you ever show him a gun on this video call?
I didn't.
Do you remember at all what the gun looked like that Devin had pointed at you that night? What color it was, what shape, size, anything like that?
It was a pretty large handgun. I believe it would be classified as a full-sized 9mm handgun. But the great details I don't really remember.
What about color-wise? Were there any colors or distinguishing features that you remember of it?
Yeah, it was definitely colored. It was multi-colored type.
Do you remember any of the colors? White, red, black, anything?
Not really. I just remember it had some different type of color to it.
Okay. Did you send Mr. Sykes any text messages or anything in relation to what happened that night?
No. I know when I was on the road to Raleigh with Antoine, he had texted me on Snapchat, and he sent me I guess a screen capture of the missing persons report or something like that. I seen a picture of Devin, and who I now know is Lyric, and he just pretty much says, "What the F?" and asks if I'm all right, and I reply, I say, "Yeah."
Did you tell Mr. Sykes that Devin shot Lyric?
I did not.
Did you tell Mr. Sykes anyone else was shot in the car?
I did not.
So after this conversation with Sykes, do you recall how long it was?
That text thread?
No, the actual video call.
Oh, no, I don't recall.
After you had that call with him and that text thread, you eventually got on the bus, right?
Yes.
And did you talk to Mr. Sykes anymore after you got on the bus?
No, not to my remembrance, no.
And then you made it successfully from Raleigh to Baltimore?
I did.
And then from Baltimore, where did you go?
From Baltimore, we went back to Delaware.
And who did you stay with while you were in Delaware?
It had ended up being my sister. The night that I had secured the bus ticket, I had called my dad because I figured that it was still the plan for me to go over to his house. And he ended up telling me that I couldn't go there either. So my sister found out, and she kind of just said she wasn't just going to let me have nowhere to stay, so that I could just go and stay with her instead. And that was where we went.
And when you say your sister found out, what are you referring to?
Well, I had called her back and told her that, I said, Dad said I can't stay with him.
But are you referring to your mom's car? In the what are you referring to?
Objection.
Thank you. What are you referring? What did your sister find out about?
She found out that she had knew before the night that I had got to Raleigh. She had knew before. She was also trying to help me get to Delaware because I had told I couldn't stay at my mom's house anymore.
Should I continue on, Judge? I know we're at 5:01.
We are. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am about to release you for the evening. Please remember all of my instructions. Don't talk with each other if you get together tonight over some pizza, but also do not talk to anybody else about this. That includes your family, your loved ones, friends, anybody about this. Do not allow anybody to talk to you or around you about this case. Let me know if something like that does happen. Third, no independent investigation in encyclopedias or in any other way. Also remember, there's some news coverage around this as you go home and as you interact with all the people that are in your life. Do not read, look at, listen to any of that. If anybody starts to talk about it, just ask them to stop, step away from them, have them go somewhere else. Remember that as long as you are in this protected bubble as a juror, you need to stay away from anything like that. Remember everything that you are going to need to hear, any evidence you're going to need to see, you'll hear while you're present here in the courtroom itself. I promise you that. All right. So with that, we're going to be starting back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. If y'all can be here about 9:15, we'll resume evidence at that time. Everybody else, please remain seated. We'll excuse our jurors for the evening. All right, all of our jurors have stepped out. Is there anything we need to address on behalf of the state?
Your Honor, can we go ahead and get a picture of the exhibit, just so in case it gets erased or something overnight? I don't know who would do that, the girl who would come in here, but just so it's preserved.
Well, my intention is to take a picture as soon as you're done speaking, Judge, and put Defense Exhibit 1 on it so that it can be printed and brought to court tomorrow to provide for everyone. So just
Yeah,
to let
do me a favor, both of you take a picture, just in case something happens, so
Sure.
we don't have any problems with that. Tomorrow morning, make sure it's printed out,
Yes, ma'am.
and we'll enter that picture in as Defense Exhibit number 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything about half the defense?
Nothing from the defense. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Ross, if you'd like to step down right now. All right, based upon our conversations, Mr. Trapp, this should be, all of the evidence that the defense is presenting is Mr. Ross's testimony, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So both of you have printed and should have email copies of the proposed jury instructions in this matter. So please go through all of them. I will do the same tonight. We get done with Mr. Ross's testimony, both the direct and the cross-examination. Then we'll address whether the state wants to put on any rebuttal evidence in light of Mr. Ross's testimony. When we get done with that, whenever we get to the end of all of the evidence, I'll hear any motions. At that time, assuming the state survives any other motions to dismiss, we will go right into addressing the jury instructions. Understanding I've included all of the, well, not all of them, most of the self-defense permutations. I do not think all of them apply, but they are complicated. Please do not come in here cold when we go over these. It'll make it go a lot more efficiently, and we can make sure we get the record covered with all of the requests and the final decision, all right? I know then, what I do anticipate then is that we will do closing arguments. I don't know whether we'll reach that first thing in the morning or in the afternoon. I do not like to split closing arguments up. What we may do is take a long break if it's going to run a little bit into the lunch period. So I'm not going to hold you to it. I was never good at this when I was in your positions. But get some idea of how long you think you might want to do. And the state, you're going to need to decide if you want opening and closing. So let's plan on addressing all of that tomorrow. But it looks like we're at the point where we'll hit closings tomorrow, as well as the final instructions, and at some point tomorrow, it will be in the jury's hands. All right? All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, thank you both. All right, we'll be in recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Perfect.